night on Bald Mountain. And I believe it's over. That was an abrupt ending. Hello, hello. Happy Halloween, everybody.
Good evening, sirs.
The correct
Oh,
way.
hey, pumpkins.
I'm a jack-o'-lantern.
Oh, who's this? That's an evil
Ding
laugh.
dong.
Ding dong. What's up, brother?
Oh, just putting up finishing touches on this Benjamin Balderson episode. So I'll be just in the room with you guys. I make
Very
some
well.
spooky cackles.
Nice.
Yeah, I think that's the plan for tonight is just joining other streams and other chat rooms and saying hello to all of our friends.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I won't be here for long. Got a movie night planned in a little bit. Just came in to say hi.
Cool.
Nice. What movie?
Me and Rachel are gonna watch some classic Halloween specials.
Ooh.
Oh, fun.
That's code word for watching Children of Dune.
Is Alan speaking into a pumpkin?
Yes, I am. It's a little gourd, and that's okay.
Little gourd.
What does Big Gord think of it?
Gorge you with a horn.
Fantastic.
If I
Absolutely
shake it up, it
fantastic.
might sound like a maraca. I have a secondary costume plan too. Maybe I'll spoil that later. I'm trying to
have a
get the
secondary
laugh
costume?
correct. Yeah, a backup costume, just in case if I get in trouble and I need to assume a different identity.
Damn, you come correct.
You know,
So is everybody getting lots of trick-or-treaters where they live?
Not me, but I live on a cul-de-sac, so there's not like much action.
So I am, and I didn't get hardly any candy, and I'm already almost out, but it's cool. At least the little kids get something, you know. The big kids come later. I don't care if they get the candy bars or nothing.
Were
I
you
didn't get
dipping
candy
into
bars.
the candy, Gordon?
No, dude. Here's the thing: is I totally forgot to get candy at all, and had to run to this corner store here who has no candy. So I had to get Jolly Ranchers and Laffy Taffies and something else. But I got nothing for these poor kids.
not even lifesavers.
Get
Yeah,
a
dude,
lifesaver.
not even a lifesaver. Hey, Jolly
Not even
Ranchers
a
are better.
lifesaver. Play some Jedi mind tricks on them. These are the vegetables that you're looking for.
So when you run out of candy, Gordy, will you just turn out your lights and pretend you're not home and hope they skip your house?
Pretty much, yeah. That's my game plan this year.
Nice.
Hide under the coffee table.
Yeah.
Has anyone had their house egged before by trick-or-treaters?
No.
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 Have you?
I've never met I haven't. I've never met anyone that's actually happened with. I'm curious to ever find someone that's actually been a thing.
Now, I have gone egging before. I've never been the eggy.
Wait, I'm
Right.
editing an episode about eggs.
Oh, yeah?
The cosmic kind that have trees inside.
Yeah. Yeah. That was kind of a beautiful sync today with the Manly P. Hall cover.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was the cover. But for anyone wondering what we're talking about, I made cover art for this episode with Benjamin Balderson I'm working on. And I grabbed a Google image search of the cosmic egg because it was a big topic in the show. And then someone shared that was actually a cover image for Secret Teachings of All Ages, or at least one edition of it.
Eggs.
Pretty amazing piece of artwork.
That's cool. I had the cosmic egg in my Dune notes because of the eggheads and all that. And I totally
yeah.
skipped over that part of my notes during our stream.
Well, the big
said-
teaser is that we maybe figured out how Mud Flood, Electric Universe, and Cosmic Egg all explain each other.
That would
must
be
see.
interesting.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah. Those both definitely hold
with
truth.
like proof, even with even physical evidence, provable, repeatable. It's really interesting. I can't wait for you guys to hear it. I'll stop talking about it now. Teasing.
I'm
That's
excited
sweet.
about this.
Yeah, you guys, you and Jim kind of touched on that. You guys brushed on it in the Jim episode.
Yeah, that was really good because it got my wheels turning on it. And it turned out Ben had been talking about it on Sam Tripoli's show like the day before. So we had no plan to talk about it, but it just came out.
So I can put a little icing on that synchromistic cake here. The moment that you posted about that, about the secrets of the ages, I was watching Thor 2 today, doing some research, and I was looking at that cover, and on my TV screen was Asgard with the Rainbow Bridge.
Wow.
And that piece of art that we're talking about has that huge, beautiful rainbow arc going to like the Arch of Baal looking structure or castle of some sort. And then it occurred to me that Asgard is, you can play with the letters and you can get Dragas, Dragas. So there's your lizard egg. Yggdrasil, the lizard egg.
Man, and then of course Dragon, which is the Watcher, the Shining One.
Mhm.
Interesting.
Yeah, that puts some turmeric on the scramble.
Yeah, Thor 2 is called The Dark World, right? That's the subtitle. Well, I
Yeah.
had a sun to connect to that. I had a sun dog moon cat experience yesterday.
Uh-huh.
I was at a wedding and had to be there all day at this nature park. And, it's really cold because it's getting winter time. And so I was trying to explore, but I didn't want to freeze my body too much. So I went inside and instead of getting upset, I still have all this time, I'm gonna be stuck inside now because I don't want to freeze. I took it as an opportunity to be like, well, I can find something inside. And so I just started wandering, and they had a bunch of bookshelves. And I just grabbed a random book, and I had this thought when I grabbed the book. Wouldn't it be interesting if this was a Sundog Moon Cat experience for me? And a fleeting thought. And then I grabbed the book, I sat down, I looked at the cover. It's called The Dark Goddess. And I open it up, I start reading, and their first page is talking about some type of plant. I forget the name of the plant, but it's one of the plants that eat bugs. It wasn't like a typical Venus flytrap, it was something more exotic. And it was a quote. And then I turned the first chapter and I started reading. It was a fiction novel. I looked it up after I got home. It was written in the 70s. But basically, it's like this KGB espionage story, but the guy in it used to be the head of Hitler's occult and mysticism part. And then he goes over to the KGB. So it starts out as like this espionage, but then gets into this whole crazy mysticism and occult magic symbolism and all this in the book. I'm like, what's the chances I find this crazy book at this nature park? And then I put it back so I can go to the wedding, and I just glanced at all the other books on their shelf, and every other book is like how to fly fish, how to bass fish, and all these nature things. But then there was this one crazy esoteric espionage book just sitting there called The Dark Goddess.
Jackpot.
It was crazy. It was totally a gift by me just flowing with the moment, and I loved it.
Sundog saves the day.
Yes.
I hear some music.
So is that Hermann Hesse that was the leader of Hitler's occult division? I'm not
I don't
sure.
know. This
I thought
was
Herman
a
Hesse was
fiction.
the author of Siddhartha.
This was a fiction novel, so
Whoa.
the guy's name was something else, but so it wasn't like accurate to any like
yeah.
real people. But it was actually based on research that the author probably knew about.
And you shared the photo with us of the cover of the book?
I shared the link to like the Goodreads or something
Okay.
in the Weaving
Okay.
Spiders chat.
Very
I also
cool.
shared that picture of that giant stag moose skeleton.
That was amazing. That was so big.
It was so intimidating. Like I got pulled in that direction of all the cases and everything. I just start walking, and then towards the back there was that huge case of that giant stag moose skeleton, and it was just, even though it was just a skeleton, like you could feel the presence of this noble, proud beast, and it was dead, but it was still alive in a sense.
Powers in the bones.
Yeah, it was like bone magic, and it was just so beautiful. I stared at it for the longest time. I was like, this is magical to be able to see this beast basically face to face. And then they also had like a sculpture of like a Indian mask, but it looked like Pan with like twig horns and everything. And I was like, this looks like some type of like Pan worship idol. I don't think anyone.
Japan.
We're talking about Japanese
right.
animation.
Yeah. Oh, we're talking about the nature park of that.
Japan's animation.
Japan's animation. Nice.
Oh, that's weird. There's a strange occurrence of Japanese meditation gardens and stroll gardens being planted within larger parks and gardens in heavily Masonic cities that have specifically Masonic symbolism in their flagship park for the town. The town that I live in and Chris lives in has such a park with a Japanese stroll garden. It has a sister city, and they're even said to have had giant bells in them at one point before they were destroyed. I learned this from Michelle Gibson. But yeah, it fit whenever she was talking about it. I was like, well, in my town, right next to the strange plaques about the Order of the Odd Fellows and the Blue Star Memorial Garden with the Apollo and Artemis statues and hexagonal symbolism around. Right next to that is a Japanese stroll garden. It's really interesting.
And they also put in recently a small meditation garden in the where they're putting all these marble statues as well. I noticed the last time I was there on the other side of the park. Interesting.
So I looked up Hitler's occult division. It's Heinrich Himmler. That's who I was thinking of.
Okay.
That was a different copy of the simulation where it was Herman Hesse.
Herman Hermetic.
Yeah, good call.
Going back to the Golden Moms.
I had a nice spooky read today about lamias and sirens and harpies and how they are all connected to the idea of the vampire or the reptilian, angelian, all these monstrous mythologies, even lycanthropy, bearing the marks of the dog star Sirius and the constellation Orion, the hunter. Alan knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, is
Very
that
spooky
directly
read
from
today.
MOR, The Murder of Reality?
Holographic Culture. Still
Yeah.
on that one. It's not
Okay.
a quick read, but I have finished the first 1/3 of the book, which is the 6 essays or whatever. And now the next third of the book is just conclusions. And then the third of the book is glossary explanation and terminology used. It's quite a thorough work of
Quite a study. I made a
investigation.
lot of pencil marks in that book referring to diagrams, and when there was diagrams I'd say go to page whatever, and then I'd go to that page and I'd refer back to the page that I was referring to, and I'd have all these hyperlinks in this book that I was reading through. And by the time I got through it, I was like, okay, well now I'm ready to read the book. I've made a map through it, but now I can read it and kind of know where I'm going with it. A lot of the Halloween
Well, will you
symbology
be
is
the-
covered in the book.
Will you steer the ship when we talk about it someday after I read more? Since you've got the guide posts already, I've just been trying to read it.
Oh man, I was familiar with some of it, but the context of the symbols were slightly different. So you have like an exoteric meaning for the masses, for the lay people in the pews in the church. They would be given sort of one surface message, and then the meaning for certain symbols would be described differently. I have the topic of like worship. Well, how is that described versus how is a warship described? And then you kind of see the layers of that. I was watching a documentary about reading books on, oh man, I sent you the picture of it. I started a new Pierre Sabak study group Telegram channel. Maybe there's a few of you ready to ask to be included in that. At some point, when you hear this message and it's for you, then reach out to me and we'll join together. The story about a guy who failed to turn in a book report on Herman Melville's Moby Dick grew up and created a documentary about the process of Moby Dick. And there's a church in the town where he lived, the author of Moby Dick lived. And in their church, they quite literally have this, like the front part of a ship as the pulpit, and it's elevated and it's all blue and white and all naval. And I'm like, there it is. There it is.
That's awesome.
And that's described in Pierre Sabak's book as being, the ship of state, the ship of government, the church leaders themselves leading the warship, the worship, being the captains of the ship. So you can
Nice to have
find
a
it.
second chance.
Yeah.
So I think the Nazi that you were thinking of, Gabe, was Rudolf Hess.
Oh, okay.
He was the deputy Fuhrer. And so I played in a band with a guy who said that he was his grandson.
Whoa.
I don't know that that's true, but he was pretty paranoid that he was going to get exposed someday.
Interesting.
The sins of the grandfather.
Yeah. So we can connect this right to Sabak's work pretty quick. I think that's the one, Rudolf Hess. There are myths and legends that he was connected to Tibet, and that there was some elite occult networks going to Tibet, and that they released and set free Pindar. Everybody knows Pindar?
Enlighten
Yeah.
us about Pendar.
Yeah.
Pindar is very interesting to me. I've noticed people recoil from this subject a lot. When it comes up, they'll say, "Oh yeah, I've read about it," and then they go running on to the next subject real quick. Pindar is the albino Draco reptilian, and he's the granddaddy of them all. And the legend is that he was imprisoned in Tibet for hundreds and thousands of billions of years, and that his prison was psychic. And because the people of Tibet are highly elite, trained mental ninjas, they cannot be manipulated into fear. And those were his prison guards. And when Raj sent in his Nazi assassin team, they set Pindar free and in Antarctica. He prefers snowy, high mountain locations and climates, including the Swiss Alps and New Schwabenland.
That's interesting. What popped into my mind when you said that is, I don't know if anyone here has watched Stranger Things, but in the very finale of the third season, Hopper gets taken by the Russians, the Soviets, back to Russia, and he's in a prison, and they have captive in their snowy mountains
Okay.
a white demigorgon, which is like that
Oh,
reptilian type of thing, and it's supposed to be one of the most powerful demigorgons they have.
Bingo.
It's a white albino reptilian, and it's in a snowy mountain area. So
Bingo. And does everybody here knows what allegedly bit the hand of Joseph Smith when he found the golden tablets?
I was just going to bring that up.
You got it, man. The Pindar reference. Looking good, Chance. You're like a luchador, brother.
Luchador. Really?
Nice.
A magi. Yeah.
I killed the other one of me that was in here. My evil twin had joined the chat. I guess you guys didn't notice.
No more second chances.
That's right.
since it's our Halloween special, should I tell my experience with a Native American apparition?
Oh yeah, that's a great story.
Yes, please.
Okay, so my first friend I made in school when I was really little. His family had moved here to the Midwest from the East Coast. So they were from the Bronx. So they was like that tough, like city, like you don't want to mess around with these guys type people, bunch of tattoos, kind of hardcore. But they was really nice people, and I made friends with their son. And when they moved here, they had bought a farm, and we would hang out at each other's houses. And then one weekend when I was staying over at his house on his farm, his dad and older brother was going to go hunting. And I've never been hunting before or since this moment. But he asked if we wanted to go, and we said yeah. And so he let us have a BB gun, and we followed them to the woods on the edge of their property. And his dad and older brother was like, we'll go to the left and hunt big game. You guys can go to the right a little bit by yourselves and just hunt like rabbits and squirrels and things. So we was like, okay. And they was like, be careful, but we trust you guys. And we was like, okay. So, they left, and we started wandering off, and we followed a rabbit deeper into the woods, which is always the best idea. She was chasing this rabbit, and after a little while, we lost the rabbit, and we kind of knew where he was, but we also didn't fully know where he was. We knew he was still close to the woods on his property. We just didn't know exactly where. And my friend was like, I gotta take a leak, so I'm gonna go over here. Wait for me here. So I say, okay. And so he walked on the ways, and it was silent for a little bit. I could just hear, like the nature and the little animals running around and all that. And then after a little while, he goes, hey, come over here. So I follow my friend's voice, and there's like this group of trees that are in like a perfect circle fashion. And in the middle of the trees, there's this shimmering Native American apparition, but he has a metal pole stuck through his chest that's going inside the tree as well. And his eyes are glowing like these fiery-esque embers lights in his eyes. And it freaks us out. He doesn't move or anything. He just is like a shimmering, like phantom hologram type of thing. And it freaked us out because we were so little. We was like, that's the fastest I've ever run in my life. We ran out of the woods through the farm back into his parents' back door where his mom was fixing us breakfast for our return. And we was like, we just saw this Native American guy. He has a giant pole stuck through him. It wasn't like, like an arrow like you would expect. It was like a metal pole. And we were freaking out. So she called his dad, and he came. He was like, okay, I'll check tomorrow morning. So he didn't check right away. He was like, I'll check that area that you guys said he was around. He was supposed to stay around as well tomorrow morning. So we was like, okay. And we kind of, we settled down and everything. And we kind of drifted apart throughout school. We went to different friend groups after we started getting older. And we hadn't talked much. And then, his dad checked. When his dad checked the next morning, he didn't see anything. Like, obviously, it was gone. And so we kind of drifted into different circles. We still talked here and there. Then my senior year of high school, I was starting into more spirituality, and like I liked like ghost stories and the paranormal, and things that we talked about, here on Weaving Spiders and all that. And so I'm like getting familiar with the trends of this field, and I think it's fascinating. And so I'm sitting in the library, and he just happens to come and sit next to me, and we're start talking, catching up since it's been a while. And I go, hey, you remember that time when we was kids and your parents owned that farm because they sold it shortly after his parents got a divorce, their marriage fell apart. And I was like, hey, you remember when you had that farm, we went hunting, and we saw that Native American apparition with the pole stuck in him, and his eyes just glowing, freaked us out. And he got very previously in the conversation, he was very calm and just, shooting the shit type of, two guys just talking type of thing. And when I brought that up, he got agitated and was like, "Oh no, remember my dad checked the next morning and it was gone. It was gone." Like he was in total denial and almost like fearful that I had brought it up again. So I found it super interesting that I look at it and go, "Wow, that's crazy experience." And he kind of rejected the whole thing. I mentioned it to the group, to Alan.
Yeah.
And Alan asked me about it. So I asked one of my friends who is into nature and the history of this area. And he looked it up for me. And that area, that the woods around that piece of land, that's not a natural forested area. There's lots of natural forested areas around here, but that particular area wasn't naturally a forest. So my theory is maybe when they was foresting that area, there might have been conflict.
Oh, yeah. So it could have been like a plains area.
Yeah.
And then it could have been forested. So when they plant those trees, they do it in a very mechanical way so that the trees are in straight lines. If they were growing naturally and in a wild way, they wouldn't have such straight lines where the trees are planted.
Yeah. So,
And that story was brought about after we watched The Shining forwards and backwards in one of our Mystic movie nights.
yes.
You guys were talking earlier about public parks and the arrangements of these parks. And Andras, what is his last name? You know him from like Radio 8 Ball. He wrote that book about his experience in Olympia, Washington. Are you familiar with this?
I don't think so.
I shared the link to the book in chat. I'm looking for it now. Like accidental initiations.
Interesting. Olympia
Yeah.
means to wash or clean.
Right. So there's a public park in Olympia where there are monuments somehow laid out that form the Kabbalistic tree of life. And he was walking around this park and then one day realized that the arrangement of important parts of this park were arranged in the Kabbalistic tree of life. So then he brought some other friends and members and they met there and he walked them along to do a path working along this park and would mention how it correlates to an emanation on the tree of life, the Kabbalistic tree of life.
Do you remember which emanation?
All of them.
Oh, okay.
They're all laid out in a earthwork sort of way, like a public planning. And Chance was talking about Japanese shrines laid out in a special way.
Japanese meditation gardens, it's like parks within parks.
Okay, yeah.
You'll have like a big city park, and then there'll be a walled off section with Japanese decor, themes, and plants. And they seem to have a connection to the Oddfellows, a pattern.
Which is interesting because before we started the live stream, I was telling Gordy about, since we were talking about owls, and in the sequel to the anime Inuyasha, the villain is an owl. I was telling him about the stories of yokai owls.
Yes. Wow.
You guys want a spooky tarot card for our spooky Halloween? One for each of you?
One.
Yeah, brother.
All right, I'm going to go from top and down. I'm using a deck I don't bust out that often, but it's an Alice in Wonderland themed tarot.
Ooh.
We'll see how that hits. For Gabriel, we've got the 8 of Diamonds, which I think the 8 of Diamonds are discs, right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
So you got this card
Solid.
man. Make of that
I
what you
dig
will.
it.
For Mr. Myers, not perhaps a murderous Myers, but a Halloween name nonetheless. You get the
Yes.
death card.
Oh.
Wow.
It's trippy because I just said
Wow.
murderous.
Oh,
That's
Andy just
cool.
told Andy just told that story.
something's
Yeah.
gonna change.
Now
On point.
for Alan,
Yes.
Ooh.
the Ace of Flamingos.
Oh. How did you know that I was wearing pink underneath? Oh. Well, I've got this feather here, my friend.
That's
I think,
the clubs, by the way, just so you know, everyone. Flamingos are clubs. In
and
this,
he's really excited. He's shaking his feather. If you can see this, his tail feather, perhaps.
So maybe Alan has connected with his spirit flamingo and now has a deeper sense of his real purpose in life, his original reason for this incarnation.
Standing on lawns, real still in the morning.
I have a serious sync, guys. I have a serious sync with this. Here's what I've been doing all weekend. Let's see. You can see this. Oh, hang on. I got to change my background. How do we do it?
We had a jumper when Gordy started talking, so we're going to see if this jumper fits what Gordy tells us.
Okay.
But it's here in my hand.
Background and filters. None. Here we go. You see that wallpaper?
Oh, shoot.
I see it. I don't know that I believe it. Are you in front of a green screen right now?
No, I am not.
Can
That
you
was really
touch?
quick,
Can you
even if it
touch
was
the
a green-
flamingo wallpaper?
Ooh.
He's
Yeah,
touching
real.
it. Okay. I don't see a green screen shimmering as he's touching it.
The
We've got a
flamingos were
lot
black
going on
and pretty
tonight.
black and white. Anyway,
I'm
I
out
got
of
a
kind.
judgment jumper, Gordy. Are you having
Okay.
a rapturous time over there? The white
Yeah,
rabbit
sure,
calling to
right.
you.
Oh, it always is, isn't it?
The judgment. I think someone's going to tell you what they think of your delicious dishes tonight. All of your cooking this week will be rated by taste makers.
And Jim, four of oysters, which is discs in this deck. I said discs, but it's really oysters because it's Alice in Wonderland.
Ah, the oysters.
So technically, you got the 8 of oysters, Gabe.
Okay.
Oysters, flamingos. What else they got? Pepper mills, I believe.
And oysters produce pearls.
What in the world? Oh, you know what? It wasn't clubs. It was spades. Your flamingo is a spade, Alan. Just so you know.
We'll call a spade a spade.
The clubs are pepper mills. I'm not very familiar with this deck. Quite strange symbolism. Anyway, I'll stop stealing the show with these funky Alice in Wonderland cards.
That's
Thanks
so much.
Thanks for playing, everyone.
So much fun when you get a new deck and you're a little disoriented, so it sort of shakes you up from your concretized thought and your sort of automatic rote memorization of meanings. Now you've got to kind of intuit what it means.
I drew one for me just for even Stevens. I got the Hermie.
Hermit
Sweet.
in
Goes
is that
with
a
your outfit.
teapot.
A rat in a teapot with
A rat in a
lantern.
teapot with the lantern.
Nice.
Good times.
Solid.
Wow.
So I think
Since-
I was missing that with my last trick or treaters. Did you pull a card for me, Chance?
You know, sort of. One jumped. Let me just pull one for good measure. All right. He's the Page of Hats.
Page of
Which-
Hats.
Hats are cups. So you're
Yeah.
Are you initiating a new level of understanding about love, nurture, or healing? Or are you
Yeah.
beginning a new path in any of these regions?
Of course, always.
That's true.
Never
I agree.
not.
Exactly. All right.
Since Chance mentioned my last name as murderous, hinting at Myers as in Michael Myers,
Right.
something I didn't talk about during our Dune conversation was actually before I watched the new Dune, I went and saw the new Halloween with my mom. And this is like a whole, like the new timeline. So they're like explaining the backstory of the new timeline of Michael Myers in a way. And what's interesting about it, what it actually kind of syncs up with Dune, but I left it out of my notes because I didn't think it was relevant, but I'm going to say it now. And that is, in Dune, they talk about sight a lot because of the blue eyes.
Mm-hmm.
He has the visions of the past and future and all the different possibilities. And, there's a bunch of things that has to do with sight in Dune and seeing. Well, in the new Halloween movie, they emphasize Michael. When he was younger, he would always look out his bedroom window and stare over the town. And they try to get into his mindset by going to his house and staring at his window to see like what was he thinking when he first started killing. And they tie into he wasn't looking out at the town, he was looking at his reflection on the glass because he was looking within, not without, because he's soulless, he's empty. So something is kind of controlling him to kill, to try to fill what he doesn't have, because when he looks at people, he's like, I don't have what they have. And every time he kills, he gets more supernatural, more power. He's like a conduit or something. And in the new Halloween, in his mask, you don't see his eyes. It's just completely black, like hollow. You don't actually see his pupils.
Okay.
So this whole thing, this whole new timeline that they're constructing is all about sight and being empty and this whole thing. And so I watched that, and then like a couple of days later, I watched the new Dune, which is all about sight as well. And guess who directed the new Halloween? Danny McBride.
Danny McBride, the comedian?
The comedian.
Okay. But McBride is going to connect us to the Hermetic Order of the Golden Moms.
Yes.
Yep.
With moms, I'm not aware of this. I think. You elaborate?
Who are the Hermetic Order of the Golden Moms? What is the significance of that?
Okay. So when we did our Dune special, I talked about the Hermetic Order of the Golden Moms. And basically, to summarize it, for people that don't know, is I stumbled upon, I made the joke that the Bene Gesserits were the Hermetic Order of the Golden Moms, connecting it to the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. And I went to go make a meme, but then I found a picture on Google of one of the female wife members of one of the male Golden Dawn members named Maud McBride.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And she looked just like the actor who plays Paul Modeep.
I've got that image here.
Modeep.
Yeah, put
Yeah.
it up.
Just like him.
So this is a great teaser for anybody who hasn't watched the Dune coverage we did. This will bring you right into it.
Also,
We
kind of looks
have
like Tracy Twyman.
Oh,
yeah, yeah. There's something to this facial structure and nose and eyes and lips.
Kind of also like the feminine heroine on Metropolis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good call, Jim. Yep.
Good call. Yeah, if you want to know more about this, go watch our Dune episode. Everybody who has not watched it, it was
Yeah,
amazing.
that's wild. Chris is inspired to make this sort of meme, this joke, play on words with the title "The Hermetic Order of the Golden Moms," saying that the Bene Gesserit sisterhood in the movie are kind of like these witches or these members of the Golden Dawn, and he makes the joke, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Moms, and he goes to search for artwork to create a meme, and he finds a book about the women of the Golden Dawn, and he sees this picture, and then he immediately says, that's Timothy, the actor who plays Paul Muad'Dib Atreides in Dune. And from there, things just get weird. Incredible.
Yeah. One of the craziest synchronicities I've witnessed in the present, at least, most recent present for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah,
have a few hanging chads in chat before they disappear. I was mentioning Andras Jones, who did a thing called Radio 8 Ball, and he would have an MP3 player, a portable music player filled with songs, and just have them play at random. And he'd write down the song titles in a little notebook as they played, and he'd go through that experience. And that would be sort of a meditative, divinatory experience as he walked and just listened to the music, and the titles would create a meaning as he read them all together, and it would give him a message. He was the guy who wrote the book about the Kabbalistic Tree of Life in Olympia, and his story is interesting because he was an actor in A Nightmare on Elm Street 4, The Dream Master. And his role in that movie seemed to reflect his archetypal role in real life. So he was struggling with this, playing an actor in a horror movie, which was reflecting his real life, and back and forth and back and forth. And he was like, am I somehow trapped in this fate of this character's arc, like his story arc? And can he escape that? And can he break free from it? And if you're not familiar with that, it's probably still online if you search for Andras Jones' work. And that connects us back to the Sync book and the Sync book press and the guys that put together the Shining file, the video file where the Shining is played forwards and backwards simultaneously. So that's how all of that connects. And these guys were doing synchromistic work very early on. They continued to do it. And we continued to explore their work and how it continues to resonate for us today.
Yeah, to close in my How I Looked in Halloween and McBride and the whole eyesight thing to our Dune conversation, I just want to say, I wonder what the significance is of them releasing Halloween and Dune, both two movies that are connected as such through names and the whole theme of sight. Why they want us to be focused on that right now at this time. What are we not seeing, and what do they want us to see?
Well, okay. So what I'm thinking is you know how Jason Momoa did that season or that thing on Apple TV that's about the blind people? I think it's called C.
Yeah,
isn't it called C? And he plays who? Gunny or Duncan Idaho in the new one?
Duncan Idaho, the Dunkmeister.
Yeah, and you can be dunked underwater.
Yep. Also, the veil is thin this time of year, and so it's easy to see through.
Oh, by the way, about the palm trees that you guys mentioned after I left. Someone in our group was there around the time those was planted over there. They messaged me. I sent him a link. It's Ami Otter ice cream in the Universe group. We chat on the side, and I sent him the link to our Dune chat, and he watched it all and goes, he told me that he did some archaeologist type work, and he was over there when they planted them.
For the movie specifically, or the the date palm trees that they had cloned from 2,000-year-old seeds?
Yeah, the date palm clones.
Okay, so in the real world, there's a story about how these date palm tree seeds from the palm fruit were preserved in jars, like clay jars or something, and then discovered 2,000 years later. And for the last, I think, like 30 years, there's a group of people that have been producing these trees from these seeds, and they've finally begun to bear fruit. So they're saying that they have clones from these old trees.
Do you want to watch that Evil Lives Here?
Sure. No.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy. You guys should possibly invite him on to talk about, go into more detail about his experiences like that, because it seems like he's synced up with a lot of what we talk about.
Hey, another thing too that you guys have been following the McAfee thing, right?
Not too closely,
and not too close.
So
what do you got?
Jason Momoa popped up in a lot of those Epstein Island photos.
Damn.
Really?
Yeah, I've seen pictures of him being very affectionate with his daughter.
Wow.
Stirred things up a little bit. And
I've seen a lot of fan photos where the fans have been very affectionate with him. Yes. And like conventions, they line up for a photo and then they jump on him and like rub against him in maybe ways that would be considered inappropriate. But they get a photo of it and they post it on social media. And
one time he was photographed. I think he was riding a skateboard, but he picked the skateboard up and was emphasizing it, and it had a Baphomet on it. People were like, "Oh no, he's got a Baphomet on his." It's either a skateboard, I think, or his T-shirt. But
okay,
yeah.
Dude, every other skateboard in the '80s was demonic imagery, like occult imagery, though. Like
good point.
Every single one of them had Dogtown. All of Dogtown's was crosses with skulls and pentagrams, and there was tons of Baphomet. You couldn't swing a dead cat without hitting some sort of occult imagery. It was just like metal,
right?
It's like, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with having a skateboard with the Baphomet on it, or that it was intentional, but it seemed like he was emphasizing it.
Yeah. So let's be clear about what Baphomet means on one level. Baphomet is not the Christian devil. He's or she's or they's the intersexed god of occult knowledge. So for some people who are flashing this symbol thinking it's an entity that is like evil or rebellious, perhaps, but I wonder how many people who are wearing Baphomet t-shirts are understanding that the god of occult knowledge is on their chest right now or on their skateboard deck.
It's the exact same percentage of people that actually listen to Misfits music who wear Misfits t-shirts.
I'm going to send you the image. Alan, if you can put it up.
Mhm.
Yeah, Jim, in our Dune episode, I mentioned I found this video of Jason Momoa before he does his giant battle scene where he just kills a bunch of people in the Dune movie. He he says this fight is for whatever. I forget who his interest was in Game of Thrones, but he
The Mother
dedicates
of
it to her.
Dragons,
Oh yeah, he was
Targaryen.
Targaryen. Is that what it was? They killed him off pretty quickly.
Yeah, he dedicates that scene right before they shot it to her.
To the actress?
Behind this, yeah, no, to the character.
Oh,
Yeah. So I thought that was interesting because I felt like that was him invoking the whole like Game of Thrones, winter is coming type of energy, and whatever energy. I haven't seen Game of Thrones. I was never a Game of Thrones fans, but whatever energy is with her character, bringing that into the present zeitgeist
Yeah.
through Dune.
So here's Jason Momoa here. And we're not looking at his face, we're looking at his skate deck.
it doesn't even have trucks or wheels on it. It's a
Yeah, it's
art
just a
piece.
board.
Yeah, it's an art piece. I think Rachel has done some interesting art pieces on skate decks.
Look at all those hanged folks too.
Yeah.
Speaking of Rachel, I told her I was going to watch some movies with her, so I better hop off of here so I can.
Yeah, maybe we should do a little trick or treating here.
Is that upside down? The deck is the other way, right?
I've got the picture rotated so we can see the Baphomet on it more clearly.
That's
Otherwise,
interesting.
Baphomet. Ooh la la.
You look at his Surfer Dude hair.
Yeah.
And again, Jason Momoa got his start as an actor on Baywatch. Never forget that.
Oh, really? I thought he was on Stargate first.
Did he really?
It's a question for the researchers in the chat. Was Jason Momoa on Baywatch first, before Stargate, or after?
I've got the IMDb page up right now, and he was in.
Look at those
First
goat
thing-
legs.
Goat legs.
Hey.
Chicken legs.
He's wearing
Speaking
flip-flops
of goat, I
goat
like
feet.
your
First thing
onesie
was-
thing, Jim.
my goat suit.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Thank you.
First thing,
Lead.
first IMDb credit is Baywatch.
Okay,
Okay.
there it is.
3, 4,
Again,
5.
with him in water, because he's Aquaman, and
Uh-huh.
his whole thing on Dune, it has a lot to do with water. And Baywatch,
And and that's
in that picture, he looked surfer hair, like Alan said. So
Yep, and that's his beginning, his initiation, his first one.
and he's
2 points.
carrying
He's
that water.
Yeah, and 2 points. He's wearing flip flops, which you probably don't want to skateboard in, and the skateboard doesn't look very used.
Yeah.
It's brand new.
No trucks or wheels on it yet. I can bring that image back up since we're still talking about it. And
But-
His
I would
birthday
say-
is
yeah, look
August 1st, 1979.
Oh snap! Damn, he's right next to me.
Is that a water sign?
Yep. Did you say 79?
Yeah.
Oh
And
shit, dude, that's
if I-
the atomic number for gold. He's a Leo, and it has perfect.
a little bit pixelated
correspondent.
there.
It's correspondence to Aquarius.
If I remember right, his quote unquote backstory, I'm using air quotes, is he was raised by gypsies. His family was a group of gypsies, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow, that is very interesting. That ties into the lost tribes and the possibility that America is Egypt. The Romas, the roaming Romas, were the gypsies.
That skate deck
Yeah,
has the
'cause-
numbers 101 around the pentagram. It's like it's a 101 occult course, reminding us that Baphomet is a god of occult knowledge. I have another note here that says, Levy further reveals to us that the name Baphomet, spelled backwards and composed in Kabbalistic abbreviations, is Tem, Tem, Oph, Oph, A and B. Tem, Oph, Ab stands for Templi, Omnium, Hominum, Pax, Abbas, or the Father of the Temple of Peace of all men, Peace.
Very interesting.
Wow.
Good dig, Alan.
Yeah.
So 79, he's born in 79. That's the atomic number for gold. And he is the golden child right now.
Oh, he is a golden child right now.
He's that golden Duncan Idaho potato.
The golden path of the golden moms.
I wonder if he's being set up for a fall.
Oh, probably.
Like, because every time they put so much attention on somebody like that, there always seems to be like some sort of something that comes and bites him in the ass.
Well, it's possible that as his agents work out higher and higher contract prices, that when it gets to be too much, they'll just create something to drop it, so he won't be a figure that they'll go to for roles anymore.
Before I go, I wanted to bring up I saw the other day Zendaya's next movie.
Uh-oh.
Are you ready for this one? Is a new Kill Bill movie. You know what the name of it is?
Oh no, I
Kill
saw this.
Bride. Kill Bride.
Fucking fuck.
Killing the Bride.
That I saw that poster for this Kill Bride, this new Tarantino movie, and I thought, there's no way this is real. This is a really clever fan creation. Someone really loves Zendaya.
No.
But
And she's
is
in
it
a
real?
suit. She's not in a dress. She's in a suit.
Is that the one you posted where she's got one white knife, one black knife,
Yep.
covered in blood, yellow background?
Yep.
Dude,
Kill Bride.
I went all in on Kill Bill in some of my videos. It's definitely a Orion versus Ophiuchus story.
Yeah.
So I'm reading an article here saying that is indeed a fan poster. Let me see.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Right.
I wonder if she has any clue with some kung fu.
It's not. It's not on either one of their IMDb pages as an upcoming project. Neither one of them it exists on there. So I imagine if it was real, it would have been on either one of them.
Huh.
Quentin Tarantino or Zendaya. It's not there, so I doubt it's real.
It's a fan film. I think we were fooled.
I think we were fooled.
Fan favorite visual artist Boss Logic has released a new poster for a potential third Kill Bill movie called Kill Bride. The poster features Zendaya standing tall as Green's daughter, and based on her bloody sleeves, she's already scored some kills of her own. So it's a very convincing fan poster.
Yes.
Some element of chaos magic involved in creating some Operation Mind Fudge.
What are those bracelet things she has on her sleeves? Those like knife sheaths?
Yeah, let me.
Or I guess
share.
that was our trick for our trick or treating tonight.
Do you want to
Yeah.
There
share
we
it?
go. We
I
got
shared the
trick.
link. I'll put it in chat.
Yeah. Well, much love, guys.
Peace, Chris. Good to have you, brother.
Yeah.
Enjoy
Happy
the
Halloween.
movie. Tell
Yeah.
Rachel we said happy Halloween.
Okay.
Happy Halloween,
Happy Halloween,
Rachel.
Chris.
Happy Halloween, guys.
Ooh.
Jim, you're so spooky with that spooky
Spooky.
light. Ooh.
Yeah, I got
I'm gonna
this.
go get my. I'm
the
gonna
black
get
light.
my spooky light if we're gonna go. Yeah.
It's a flashlight black light because I wanted to test to see if my veins glowed, which they don't because I haven't got the poked. But
Oh, okay.
gonna test some people that I know and see if their veins glow because of that luciferese.
All right.
I haven't yet.
Yeah, it's
tested.
hard to just sneak up with people with magnets and just stick it to them and see what happens. You know,
Yeah,
just throw magnets at people.
I was gonna go to the old folks' home. Ooh, that is a scary. Did you tell everybody what your costume is?
I'm a man in black. I'm a men in black here.
You're a G-man.
There it is.
There
Spooky.
it is. Look at the thing.
The men in black with their memory erasers.
That's
That's
right.
right.
Tell us how we're supposed to remember the event, Gabriel.
It was just a herd of goats.
We heard the goats, but we
not a
didn't see the
bad
goats.
idea.
They were just skateboarding by. Nothing to see here. Perfectly normal.
The best fudge comes from Uranus. Uranus Fudge Factory. That's funny. Where did
So
that
here's
come from?
that poster here.
Oh yeah.
It's hard to even distinguish what is a professional poster and what is a fan poster. Some of the professional film promotional material looks so amateurish and so
Absolutely.
poorly designed, and some of the fan stuff looks so much better.
Mm-hmm. Zendaya Thurman, huh?
Is that her last name? Thurman?
Uma Thurman is the actress
Oh, Uma.
from Kill Bill.
And Zendaya.
Yeah.
Zendaya is the mononym of this woman who's becoming quite popular.
Oh shit, it's a mononym, huh?
It's
Just
a
as
mononym.
Zendaya. Yep.
Oh, that's just one name?
Just one name, no
It
last
doesn't have
name,
a last name.
no middle name. Just one singular name.
Interesting.
I was sharing a link to a park in Duluth in Minnesota on the top of a hill, and I was connecting that to what Chance was saying earlier about Japanese connections to parks. So you go up in Duluth. Duluth is on Lake Superior, and you climb up these hills to the highest point in the city of Duluth, Minnesota, and at the top is a tower. And in that park area, there is a Japanese peace bell.
Peace.
The park description.
You say
Yep.
peace spell?
Peace. Peace. A peace bell from Japan.
Oh, a bell. A peace bell.
Yes. Just like Baphomet. Baphomet is the father of the temple of peace of all men. In this park, there is a Japanese peace bell, a gift from Duluth's sister city of Ohara, Isumi, and it's a very popular location for weddings.
So Duluth is the fourth letter of the Hebrew alphabet, Daleth.
Duluth.
Oh,
Yep.
Daleth.
makes me think of the Doctor Who robot.
The dialects.
enemies. Yeah.
I can never say
Daleks?
that. Yeah, I can never say that right.
Daleks?
Daleks.
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 Daleks. That's because you're not English.
Yeah, it's a very English accent friendly word.
Daleks.
Daleks.
Doctor, the Daleks are coming.
Mm.
Run away.
So should we pop in and say hi to some of our friends that are live?
How do we do that? How can we do that?
We can join their chat and say hello.
We should someone screen share their, maybe go to Rockfin and screen share a live thing, and then we can go in and type something, I guess. Those of us who have two phones.
Yeah, let's do that. Let me get my
Call
machine.
Priestess is streaming Rocky Horror Picture Show on her
Oh,
Rockfin
cool.
and providing some commentary over it.
He might be
Yeah.
done.
Hopefully that doesn't copyright us, but
Yeah, we won't play the music.
you could play it volume muted if there's audio going on. Or maybe can you put the links in over here, and we'll just so if you guys want to go make a say hello, there's a link to do it.
Yeah, I can do that. See that Lindsay Sharman Rogueways has ended her stream. She talked with John Russell and had a ghostly Halloween.
Oh, we missed her.
She might still have a few stragglers in the chat.
Now I can't access the chat anymore
Okay.
on hers.
Hmm.
Invite her to come to the.
Yeah, she might be unwinding from her stream a little bit. Is anybody else live or having provided any interesting Halloween content? You know, we can leave comments on this stuff too. And leave them some treats in the comments. Maybe jump on Twitter and see what Twitter's saying as well. Twitter was talking about actor Steve Buscemi playing a version of himself from the "How do you do, fellow kids" meme, holding a skateboard. Isn't that interesting? Old men holding skateboards seems to be the theme tonight.
Was he
Sounds
in?
like. Go ahead.
Was he in a movie where he played a kid, a high school kid?
He was in the
Yes,
movie
he was.
Ghost World. He talked to high school girls.
Was it
He
Ghost
played a-
World where he played a narc? It was like an old man going to high school.
Yeah, he like wear a hat on sideways, and he was acting all
It was
cool.
it was comedy. I remember that because
Mhm.
it was an old man going, "Hello, fellow students." And
That's like the Drew Barrymore film, isn't it? Where she plays a reporter and she goes in as an adult playing a high school student. Hmm. Was he in a movie when he did the "How do you do, fellow kids"
I
line?
think so. Yes. Well, that's
Because
the
he's
movie.
holding a skateboard with a skeleton and like a Dia de los Muertos style skeleton. Hmm. Was that an actual movie though? I'm not sure.
Yes, I believe it was.
Buscemi was in the
Or was it
Tarantino movie.
30 Rock?
He played Mr. Pink in a Tarantino film, Reservoir Dogs. Okay, it says the meme comes from an episode of 30 Rock. Buscemi guest starred as a private investigator and in one scene spoofing shows like 21 Jump Street. He explains to Jack Donaghy that he once was part of a special task force of very young-looking cops who infiltrated high schools. It's how do
Jack
you do, fellow
Donaghy, who is
kids?
Alec Baldwin.
Yes, Alec Baldwin.
Ba-ba-ba.
And that was 30 Rock, and 30 Rock is probably a Mithraic rock that they're mentioning, perhaps.
Yes, I believe so.
The Peacock network of NBC will stream the episodes of 30 Rock now. Hello, Krista. Hello, Jenny B. Hello, Moo Moo Moo. Shouting at Clouds. Suzanne. Ewan. Stella. Chance. Interverse. Sunseed. Rachel. James Maiden. Who else has been in chat with us tonight? Enoch beckons you. What does Enoch beckons us to do tonight? Cross the streams, perhaps?
Crossing the streams.
Ron of the Sea. We'd like to get Ron of the Sea to speak with us sometime.
That would be cool.
It is a casual hangout tonight. So if anyone has Zoom and a webcam and a microphone, NPC 3.14, Gaia Sophia.
Yeah, we invite you to pop in if you'd like.
Eric Alexander.
Mention it in the chat, and we will get a link to you.
Project Haney was here. Lots of cool people hanging out. Isla Ren.
Ewan Gu? Go?
Yeah. Just taking it easy tonight. Not too much sugar in my system. I don't have a sugar rush or anything.
Mhm.
I think most of the trick-or-treating probably happened around noontime.
Yeah. They do that thing in my city where the downtown opens up to kids trick-or-treating, and it's just 2 or 3 blocks that are swarming with kids for 2 or 3 hours. And then they all go home and gorge on their candy after their mother looks through it for needles and razor blades, as they do. Picks all the Whoppers out, or the Tootsie Rolls that they would like to take as a tax.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's the parent Halloween tax. Parental Halloween tax. I'm trying to think of what I stole out of my daughter's trick or treat bags every year. It was pretty much Whoppers, I think.
Yeah, I thought perhaps maybe one of these years I would purchase a bunch of inexpensive USB thumb drives and then just load it up with band videos and documents and things. And then I'm like, you know what? If I gave those out to children today, they wouldn't know what to do with it. They don't have they don't have a computer that has a USB port.
That's true.
Oh man, that is crazy.
Would I have to just like include a link to a
So
Dropbox
fast.
account or something? Like a piece of paper?
Put them on zip drives. Give them old zip drives.
Right back. Gotta take this cat out.
Yeah. So Halloween being on a Sunday today just reinforces the idea that today is actually Jesus-ween. Or I think the new Christian meme was that they're calling it Follow-ween. So you would profess that you are a follower of Christ today and let all your friends know.
Or just any follower, just to follow anything.
Following. Yeah, you can follow our friends on Rockfin right now. Occult Priestess is streaming. Lindsay Sharman ended her stream. There's a lot of great folks on Rockfin. Of course,
Right.
Chance Garton's on Rockfin, Beth Martins, Michael Wan.
Yeah. So I went down an interesting little rabbit hole, Alan, that I wanted to run by you. I was
Sure.
rapping with Jim about it earlier.
Yeah.
I was watching Ken Wheeler last night. Everybody knows Ken Wheeler?
Remind us again, who is Ken Wheeler? I remember Wheelers from the Return to Oz movie with Fairuza Balk, and they're these really spooky creatures with rollerblades attached to their hands and feet. Those are the Wheelers I know. Who is your Ken Wheeler?
What is his channel called? It's Tattooed Monkey.
Yeah.
I think.
Okay.
He's got a YouTube
Or no, it's
channel.
Theora Apophis. Or Apophis
Oh, okay.
Theora. He does a Tattooed Monkey stream. He's a photographer with awesome occult tattoos, and but he is very intelligent and sort of flaunts it by speaking about very intense ideas and concepts so easily that it makes everybody feel stupid that is listening.
It's a great description. That's a great description. He is. He's on a level of his own for sure.
Who is this? What's his name?
His name is Ken Wheeler.
Oh, Ken Wheeler. I have heard that name.
Mm-hmm.
He's the guy that described a magnetic field as a processional reciprocating hyperboloid.
Oh, nice. That's where that came from.
Yeah.
Oh, solid. That's great. So the gematria of the name Ken Wheeler is really interesting. It's got a lot of fives. It's like 2, 5, 5, 5, 6, 5, 5, 5, 1, 5, 5, 1. It's an interesting gematria name. But he did just a short show, I think, put out yesterday. It was really very interesting. And he made this comment that he just breezed over ever so quickly at the end of one of his little clips. He mentioned, how the state of the world is getting genuinely evil, and it seems like a very interesting term for him to throw around. I don't think he uses that term lightly, but
Mm.
he said that people might as well be worshiping a silver pan
Mm.
full of pitchbane. Let me make sure I got that right. Oh, excuse me, pitch blend.
Pitch
then
blend.
Yep, pitch blend. And then he just very dismissively says, for anybody who doesn't know, that's an incredibly dark ritual. And then he moves on with the subject. In my mind,
pitch blend in a silver pan, in my mind, before you say what's in your mind, reminds me of like looking into like onyx black polished slab. So like some scrying elements, or rather like a cell phone screen. Like you can see the reflection on a cell phone screen.
Nice. Yep. Very nice. Yeah.
Was that what you were thinking?
Well, no, but that takes it to a nice level. I like that. I'm not sure what he was getting at, and I've been doing a little bit of digging on it. But what I thought, in my first impression, went to the spider from the Dune movie that we were having such a good time with the other night.
Okay.
Because it had that pan. It was eating out of the pan.
Yeah.
It seemed to be covered in like oily pitch, like shiny, like a gimp, like it was a kind of a gimp looking material. And so I looked up, pitch blend is actually spelled with an E at the end. And it has a corresponding, let me see, I can read this off of Wikipedia here. Uraninite, Uraninite.
So this is one word, PITCHBLENDE, pitch blend.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Just finding that word is a little bit of an effort.
Yeah. Yep. And it is rare earth mineral. It is found around silver oftentimes, but it has a correlation to helium and helium production. And that made me think of that character. That wasn't it the Harkonnen?
Baron Vladimir Harkonnen.
Yes.
Floating with helium.
Floating with helium. And he takes those baths in that black substance, which looks very much like pitch.
Like a pitch blend.
Bath.
Yeah.
It's my favorite coffee. At Starbucks, I always get the pitch blend.
I don't think it's bad as long as you don't drink it out of a silver cup. I don't think it's evil.
Well, this thing says it's a mineral of uraninite. Uraninite.
You got it. Yep.
So it's associated with Uranus. It's a brown or black mass contains radium.
Yes.
Well, that's got to be good for you.
Yeah. I'm going to try to reach out to Ken and see what he was talking about, because I need a little more context, but I think he might have given us just an interesting little rabbit hole to dig into.
Yeah, something to look into, certainly. And he said it was on a silver dish. In what context?
He said he was comparing the evils of people's response to the situation, to the global situation. And he was saying they might as well be worshiping a silver pan full of pitch blend.
Okay.
And so I've looked up like ritual and pitch blend, And I did find a couple, like some Dungeons and Dragons stuff came up,
Yeah.
which kind of seems like it would be up his alley.
Well, you're dressed as a Men in Black tonight, and there are the secret rituals of the Men in Black and their connection to these silver pans, these votive dishes, these skipping saucers that would skip across water.
Yep. It's the elemental sign for this uranium, uraninum is UO2. It's missing the F in the middle.
Okay.
UO2.
Sounds like debt.
Yeah.
You owe too.
Uh-huh.
Very interesting.
Yeah, it just sounds like something that could yield some fun fruits if we all spread out and report back later.
Jenny B was saying that USBs are in and out of our lifetime, so like floppy disks and CD-ROMs and actual physical media. And I was reminded of like compact discs and laser discs. Those are kind of a shiny surface too. So if you throw those fast enough, take some pictures, and you'd have flying saucer photos. I would take the free CDs, and I had this old telephone pole, and I would just put nails in the pole, and then I'd hang CDs all the way around it, and it would just create this shimmering effect as the sun moves over it.
Whoa.
But just think that all of our media is all digital media now. I was watching Ghostbusters 2016 this morning, and they were in Times Square, and they were advertising the PlayStation 4 and Blu-ray discs. And I was like, didn't this movie just come out like 2 years ago? I'm like, no, this is 5 years ago. Right? 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21.
Yeah.
I was like, wow.
My kiddo loves that movie. She could quote it forward and backwards.
The new Ghostbusters movie.
Yeah. I got a kind of an interesting little decode from the original Ghostbusters, the first one with their. So this is really fun. They go up on the Shandor building, and they have the face off with Gozer the Gozerian.
Yeah.
And now they're at the top of a large palace, like phallus type object. And they have this intercourse, this dialogue with the deity, the androgynous deity. And she grants their wish. And their wish is the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. And as a result, they cross the streams, which is very, very intimate, crossing of the streams. Confession hour, my cousin and I, we used to piss in the same toilet. And we would cross the streams when we piss in the same toilet when we were kids.
That's funny.
So, in the end, the entire city gets covered in white goo. At the climax of the movie.
Yeah, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. On certain film sets, there's a certain role where there's a best boy, there's a gaffer, and there's a puffer. And the whole role of this puffer person is to keep the male talent, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
You got it. And now, what are the initials of Stay Puft Marshmallow?
S. S-P-M M M M.
So so the whole city gets covered in sperm.
SPM spim. Yeah, I
Spim.
see it. Spim.
Spim. Spim. Say it, spim. Spim. Hamburger. Hamburger.
The whole city of New York was
Spim.
covered in spin. Yeah. There's a movie called The Stuff, which is a product that's sort of this creamy marshmallow topping stuff, and it's in a plastic pail called The Stuff, and they sell it, and people become addicted to the stuff, and it's a white creamy stuff, sort of similar to the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man just exploding and covering the city of New York with spoon. And people are addicted to the stuff. Did anyone else see Ghostbusters? Is it 2016?
No.
Is that Lady Ghostbusters? Is that the one?
Yeah, that's how people were derisively referring to it. And, that's why I didn't see it. But this movie from 5 years ago warned us about a fourth turning. They warned us about a fourth great apocalyptic situation. I don't know what that could mean.
Yep. A bunch of airborne entities overriding humanity.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so they're telling us what will be happening with a fourth industrial revolution, a fourth turning of a wheel, a fourth age. And they're telling us this. And then the message boards are all these people saying, there's no way I'm watching this movie. I can't believe they're all females. They're rebooting it. It's just a weird movie. The special effects are really good.
Speaking of the next age, have you seen Meta?
Oh, Feta.
Meta, the Zuckerberg's announcement for the new Facebook.
Yep.
Insane.
I saw the announcement of the announcement, and I saw the reactions to the announcement, but I did not actually sit and watch. Cheese Face, Dick Cheese, tell us about his Meta Feta fetish.
But he was so lifelike and human.
Yeah.
I'm sure he looked like a robot. Yeah. So have you guys seen the meme with the picture of Data from Star Trek and then metadata with Zuckerberg?
Oh shit.
I can see it in my mind's eye right now.
Brilliant. That's brilliant.
And they both have that weird ass dead pallor.
Yeah. Jaundice.
Yeah, that jaundiced dead plastic human look.
Damn. Bingo. So Cliff High has an interesting theory right now. He believes that when Facebook went down, that a sentient organized entity was took Facebook.
Say that again. You cut out for a second.
And Cliff High believes that some sort of sentient organized computer system, I think that's a SOCS, SOCS, took over Facebook. And the old Facebook is no longer, and what is there now is they have done a dimensional shift.
So they've abandoned ship.
And now we get this Meta opening up a fortnight later.
Do you think that
And
they rushed
Meta,
it out ahead of schedule because of this? They weren't expecting to be taken over by a sentient computer, and so they rushed it out before they had anything really ready. Because they said, "Oh, we've got some rooms, but a lot more will be coming out very soon."
yeah. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. It's just amazing.
Data from Star Trek. What Star Trek series was Data in, you nerds?
Next Generation.
Next Generation.
TNG.
The eyes, they have the same eyes too. The same like yellow.
Yellow eyes like Scott Farkas. I swear to God, he had yellow eyes.
Oh shit, that's from Stand By Me. Or no,
It's from,
Christmas Carol.
Christmas Story, yeah.
That's a Christmas Story.
Yeah. Wow. It's like the GoldenEye satellite from James Bond, from Pierce Brosnan's film from 1995. This eye in the sky.
So I've already done a few anagrams with Meta. You get team, which is pretty obvious with this collectivism.
Yeah, you're either with us or you're against us. Which team are you on?
Yep. You also get, hold on, let me check my notes here.
Yeah, Ready Player One, guys. That's this Facebook metaverse.
Big time. I haven't seen that movie yet, but
this whole thing is about immersion, right? It's about the getting VR into everybody's hands.
Yeah, she watched the intro to the short video. I'll send it over to you. It's cringy and it's kind of awesome.
And so another anagram for Meta is tame.
Domesticated.
We're domesticated. We're already used to wearing masks, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's used to the masks. You might as well have a personal protection equipment augmenting reality Meta mask. Then you don't have to carry this heavy cell phone around. You just wear it on your face instead.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Team Meat created a Super Meat Boy video game. That's a fun platformer. It's a painful platformer. We got a lot of great stuff in chat here. Connecting Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook, and the DARPA team of programmers. I think it's very clear at this point that Facebook was not something that was created solely by a small team of individuals at a college campus as a hot or not replacement, essentially taking photos from the paper copies of Facebook's. So the student directory at colleges was called The Facebook, and it was a book of names and faces of everybody who attended your private institution. I have copies from when I attended a private college, and it's called The Facebook. When I got a college email address, I was able to join The Facebook online, registering with my college email address to join my college network, and that network was closed off. The only people I could communicate with were people who shared the same .edu email address that they were required to have to register with. There was quite a bait and switch in that setup when I was told one thing when I registered, and then over time it shifted into something completely different. And today it continues to shift into, what is this, a metaverse? Do you remember when we were on Facebook playing Farmville, simulating a work experience by clicking? Was that an engaging game to play? I don't know why we even played these dumb Facebook games that were so rudimentary in their gameplay. And the only reason people continue to play is other friends would say, "Hey man, tag a friend who needs to, help you out on your farm, or tag a friend to get a boost in some game that you were playing together." It was all this gamified social pressures to continue to remain on the social network. And at that point, I'm like, this is no longer serving me. I think I created other fake accounts just so I could stay in contact with people, because it was too difficult at that point to communicate with people on other platforms because everyone had been trained to use Facebook.
Yeah.
What up, Chance?
We cannot hear you.
So whether or not this Facebook meta foray into some virtual reality hangout, I don't know. We've had
Good.
Second Life. We've had other VR chats for many years. IMVU, the letters IMVU sounds like I envy you, was a chat platform, and people would become envious of the pixelated clothing and properties that people would buy and share. So there was a whole virtual economy about people creating dresses and shoes and accessories for dressing up
For virtual use.
polygons. So we've had that. We still have those things. Second Life is still online. I don't know why Facebook all of a sudden thinks that this is a new great idea that everybody's going to rush to. I don't know what their secret stuff is that's going to be the addictive drug and gateway into this virtual reality.
Yeah.
You should play that intro, or that the first couple of minutes of that meta video I sent are pretty interesting.
Yeah, let me see here.
Mhm. So, do you guys all remember when the handoff, the presidential handoff, was happening? When there were 2 footballs for a day.
Two presidents
in
for a
those
day?
hours.
Inference too. Interesting thing.
What's
Meta
that?
in Buddhism refers to benevolence, loving kindness, friendliness, goodwill, and an active interest in others.
Very interesting.
That's
pretty
meta
on
with 2
point.
T's, but I mean, it's phonetically the exact same word.
Yeah. So that day that there were 2 footballs, do you guys all remember that a enormous amount of virtual accounts were acquired and reanimated in Plantation, Florida? Does that ring any bells for you guys?
Actually, I don't know any of the story, so I'm
No.
just gonna tune in to the
It was
chat.
No.
so they say that day, while everybody's watching the 2 footballs, one's going south to Florida and one is going into place, that a immense amount of virtual, basically dead virtual space, that is expired virtual space, that everybody is like, all your accounts you don't use anymore and you thought were long gone, that they got reanimated and put back into the field of play.
That's my LinkedIn account from 2008.
What, reanimated?
Well, I signed up for it, added
Uh-huh.
some information, absolutely hated it and thought this is the worst thing ever. And if the whole hiring and firing process is going to revolve around connections on a LinkedIn account, I don't want to have anything to do with this. So I never logged back in, but I will get emails saying someone from your LinkedIn network changed jobs. And this is like 10 years later. I'm like, I have not logged into that account
Yes.
in over 10 years, but
Yes.
it's still active on my behalf in some way.
Yes. So this is very similar to the, I mean, I everything goes back to the placenta for me, but it's space that you no longer occupy. It's you thought that it didn't have any meaning. Well, somebody found a way to give it meaning, you know? So they say, I mean, this is all exaggeration and hearsay, but they say that right now, an entire additional third of the internet has been added onto, put into play again, reanimated. This is like raising the dead. But what is really interesting about this whole concept is that Plantation, Florida, is where the database for everybody's Social Security is located. So if in the sovereignty movement, if you wanted to put the State Department on notice and retract your participation from the Social Security network, the address that you needed to contact was in Plantation, Florida. And that's kind of a poke in the eye that we're all slaves on the plantation.
This makes me want to bring up dead internet theory.
Yeah, you got it, Chance. We're on it. That's it.
Okay, give me a second. Let me get back to page 1 on this search. I'm going to screen share. Is that cool?
Please do. Yeah. What is?
This will just take a second.
Give us a rundown on dead internet theory.
The internet is shrinking.
My change machine.
I Googled the word dead, and there's 11 billion results about, and we're told that we receive these results in 0.55 seconds. Interesting number. So you get the dictionary definitions.
Yeah.
You get some slang, some Netflix, some Grateful Dead. Now we skip forward. Let's just jump ahead to 10. Okay. Not much different, really, in terms of the options here. Are we just doing the internet wrong when we get to the last page here? You guys tell me, am I doing this wrong? I'm now at page 22, now page 23, and that's the end.
Yeah.
What about the 10 billion?
Hello, Steven Sorensen.
Yo.
Whoa, why didn't we get the rest of them? That's weird.
Yeah.
That number 23 is quite significant in synchro mystic circles, so that they would choose the number 23 to be sort of the splitting apart and breaking away from the rest of the results. It's quite interesting. Google at some point would famously tell you that they have the most search results, and people would play games where they'd compete against each other to choose a Google search term that would have and produce the most search results. And it would tell you there was like 7 million results for this, and there was like 9 million results for this. And you'd choose a really common word that you think would have the most Google search results. I see Aurora Borealis. Is that swamp gas behind us, Steven Sorensen?
Nah, I think that's ghosts.
Ectoplasm?
Ooh,
Good to meet you,
spooky.
Stephen. I have not made your acquaintance yet, but I've heard praises. Good to meet you.
What's up, Chance? Good to meet you.
Yeah, likewise, Stephen. Good to meet you, brother.
What's up, Slick?
Welcome to the Weave.
Nice fedora.
Thank you.
You got that painted with Vanta Black?
Does look pretty black, doesn't it?
It looks pretty dark.
Vanta Black, the blackest black.
I hear they got an even darker black in Area 52.
Oh.
Ooh, yeah. Nice.
It's only been there since the early 2000s when they had to move it over from Area 51.
Got too hot in the kitchen.
They're on Area 57 now.
Yeah, I heard a lab exploded or something trying to make Vanta Black Plus.
What if Area 52 was in our minds and it was the 52 weeks?
52 weeks, huh?
That
Makes
area
a
that we
year.
occupy mentally, the territory that they've staked out in our mind, the hidden zone of control, which is time-based systems.
Where's the
Artificial reality is
53rd
based in
at?
time. I don't know. I was just thinking 52, that
just
or
knock
two
it.
fives,
Maybe
5 5 in
forget
the
about
search
that one.
results. That's like there's a scales there, left and
Yeah,
right
but-
brain.
We'll take the 53rd week off. Only space for 52 in our minds.
Chance, are you still digging on dead internet theory? That was Howdy McCloskey brought that up recently.
Yeah, you shared that, and it was I think you shared that to me. Their Trilateral Commission, episode 5.
You got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So is the
I
dead
just find it
internet?
interesting that the whole simulation theory idea is basically just a way of saying that they figured out there's a God, but despiritualizing it, taking the divinity out.
Is that what it is?
I mean, at its base, simulation theory is coming from the fact that if you tweak ideas like if you tweak even just the smallest parameter of a universal constant of which there are a bazillion all in play at once, then the conditions for existence would cease to be proper conditions for existence, at least as we have it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A bazillion of them?
I mean, if you wanted
I feel
to
like
just
that's a
play
lot
the-
of paperwork if we were to map all that out.
Yeah, we're living in worldviews that are constructed out of math rather than out of just basic sensory data.
Mm-hmm. So, one thing I always think about is how in Jewish tradition, the entire Jewish population, they read the exact same page of their holy books on, I guess it would be on Saturdays. So the entire world is literally on the same page, having the same thoughts, channeling this common frequency, we'll say, on those special days, rhythmically, setting a rhythm that everybody is essentially on like a hive mind, you know. And here we have the bees, the idea of the bees, and ultimately another component of that is geomantic. So if everybody is having the same thoughts at the same days, at the same frequency, on these special locations, then there is theoretically the ability to for gains to be made. Now, take that and apply it to the dead internet theory in the concept that they just made 33.333333% more of the internet, that they can now tweak the social paradigm with a phantom 1/3 limb of what everybody is allegedly thinking. And then you can sway the masses in a major way.
What is dead internet theory?
Is the idea that the internet that we started out on is not the internet that we have now, that for the most part we've been corralled into fewer and fewer corporately controlled cul-de-sacs and corners of information, and that there is an entire layer of the internet that is no longer accessible to us, and that we're just trapped on the surface layer of what used to be more infinite and vast. And then there's some people that connect it to other ideas of like kind of pseudo pop culture Gnostic ideas of life being purgatory. We died in 2012, that type of stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of layers to that. And on a system administration sort of practical level, you have the idea that people will pay for their web hosting and then stop paying for their web hosting. So their accounts will no longer be active and their websites will no longer be live. Different archival services like archive.org will pick up on some of that, like the Wayback Machine will gather some of that. But there are some websites that people remember going to, and then they cannot find them at all.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's happened plenty of times. Like especially in when we started digging in, I can't remember what the subject was, but there was plenty of times when in Eyes Open, when Lindsay first got that started, like we'd share stuff and boom, it was gone. We'd share something else and boom, it was gone.
Yeah. You almost have to print the web page as a PDF and save the PDF and then share the PDF with people.
Yeah. But that makes sense. I was thinking about that chance this week when I was listening to MU.
Yeah, they got into some interesting simulation theory stuff on that Friday episode.
Yeah, and it started bugging me, just the word simulation, because the word simulation is a simulation. Like it's not.
Simulation means hypocrisy in the definition, back in the original definitions, like 1828 Webster's and stuff.
Right, like forgery, right? It's a forgery of something real, something.
It's acting.
It's acting, right?
It's acting.
Nice.
And they, what kills me about that quote of Elon Musk saying, "What's behind the simulation?" on Rogan, that it's not a simulation. The simulations are what's simulating the real. Like the real is like we have a simulation to simulate reality, right? That's what VR is, correct? So of course it's going to have, the internet will have changed all of its cells, just like a human body, just like the earth. We change all our carbon, and all our cells are constantly being replaced. So by the time we're 12, we don't have any original material in us because we've shed all of our whatever we were, and we've become something else. So of course, if the simulation is a simulation of reality, of course it's going to have to shed itself and become something else. I think it's just part of creating a natural thing. It's like setting AI on a path. It's going to simulate what reality theoretically is, correct? There we go. And I was thinking about that too. They were talking about all the Gnostic stuff in the Matrix, and everybody uses the Matrix as like some gnosis theory. There you go.
Hey, Jenny
I
D.
had slides ready to go on this.
Hey, Jenny.
Hey. Hello. Happy
Hello.
Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
I just rush and try to find a costume, but I just wanted to say hi.
Nice. Welcome.
Hey. Oh, wow. It's weird being on this end. Okay, I get it now. I can see you guys.
Yeah, we're in the Zoom room. And there's a delay to YouTube.
So what is your take on simulation theory? Are we in a simulation? Definitive. Yes or no? Right now. Make a decision.
Wait, me?
Jenny, yeah, you.
Oh.
Yeah, you. Right now. Say it.
Okay, if you were to ask me a month ago, I would have said no. But Okay, yes, maybe in a way, but that's like a specific word. So we're so hung up on the word, but kind of like
that's my point. It's the word is wrong. If they're using it the way that they think that they're using it, it's not a simulation. It's a simulation. This is not the simulation. That is the simulation.
I have a way of framing it that might be helpful. From speaking with Michael Wan recently and getting the idea about living where the inner world directs the outer world, or the outer world directs the inner world. And so perhaps the feeling of a programmed, controlled, and simulated reality is a side effect of living with the outer world directing your inner world. Maybe. Or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe when you start directing from the inner, it feels more like a simulation. But I think because simulation means hypocrisy, and there's another side of the coin to dissimulate. It is to pretend to not have something that you have, or to not be something that you are, as averse to the simulation, which is to pretend to be something you're not. And even to pretend, I mean, that word, pay in advance. I don't know. Just thinking. I have a good quote I'll find.
No, that's really good though. Because the more, I mean, I think that a lot of what being in this community has taught me is that the more authentic the person, the less the simulation seems real. Like the less illusions we see. We see through all of the illusions, the more authentically we are in with ourselves.
I'm wondering,
putting slides up.
What do you think the best evidence is for this simulation?
Well, in that movie, The Matrix, you know, when the White Rabbit shows up at his door.
Are we saying a movie, The Matrix, is the best evidence for the simulation?
But in the movie, there's a nice Easter egg laid out for everybody. He goes on his bookshelf and he pulls out Baudrillard's Simulation and Simulacrum. And that book is a head spinner. Just reading the cliff notes on that book is you got to go over it a couple times, but it's a good place.
Are you saying that book is the best evidence?
It does have a lot of really juicy, and it's old. Is that
a yes?
Yeah, it's a great place to start.
All right,
digging in. Yeah, and it'll get your brain oozing out of your ears real quick. But that book was written a very long time ago. There he is. Yeah, man.
He is in the slides. I came up with the idea of the gamer's paradox, which is you dissimulate personal responsibility while simulating godhood.
Nice.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. I've done this presentation before, so I am really interested in this topic.
Yeah.
What are we simulating? Is it an overlay and the real reality is real? That seems more accurate to me, that it's just filters that are between us and the true experience of our senses, or
how long ago did you say that book was written?
With the reality. What's that?
What?
Like I think you were talking about the best evidence for simulation theory was written a really long time ago, but it looks like this dude was around in the 20th century.
He was invited onto the first Matrix. He's still alive, I think. He
died in 2007.
Okay. Well, he refused to be on the second one. He was not happy with where they were taking things.
What's the book say that is good? And like I figure it's not the book itself; it's the info in the book that presents the evidence. Do you recall what that is?
Well, it gives us a lot of really good terms of art for this topic.
This hyper reality. This quote kind of encompasses a lot of the idea.
Let me see that.
The media represents world that is more real than reality that we can experience. Can anyone translate that?
It means that worldview is the filter through which people perceive what is or isn't real or possible.
Well, it's saying the media is representing something. So is that like just big media or like all
Media at
media?
large.
Like if Jim creates a
painting
or something,
all media.
that is representing world as in reality.
So,
and it's more real than the reality we can experience.
Because it's distilled into essence like alchemy.
Right.
It's an idea, a picture worth 1,000 words. And what are the words but a representation of a moment or, you know.
How many times are you in a conversation where the whole conversation is almost brought to a close because somebody says, oh, it's like in that movie I saw. And now you don't have to talk anymore. And every possible outcome of the conversation is steered into this little box.
Cannot think of a single time that has happened, but I can imagine that maybe it happens a lot with you. You know, I could respect that.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I don't know if that's ever happened.
Are you Gemini?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. I was totally picking up Gemini vibes. That's cool. All I wanted to say with like my version of simulated reality is like I believe you can manifest messages, and in a way that was kind of feeling like a little bit simulated. Like you ask a question, you're like, hey, should I go do this thing today? And then you're driving along and it's like ASAP on a sign, and maybe you have eyes to see it and you take that as a message. But anyway, that was my kind of definition or version of the simulation.
And they'll hit 3 in a row, like a sign. The 3 signs in a row will be like words in a sentence. So it's not just ASAP, but it'll be like call today.
Call today. So thanks, you guys. Have a great evening. Lovely to meet you all virtually, everyone.
Thanks for jumping in.
Gabe, Stephen, Alan, Jim, everybody in the chat. Happy Halloween.
Yeah, happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Bye. Thanks for jumping in.
So yeah, fellas, I keep finding weird stuff in those boxes. Scientific vortex information, an MIT trained scientist program by Peter A. Sanderson. Some dude wrote a book to
those boxes.
Find energy vortexes.
Whoa.
Wherever you were travel. It has all these, I haven't gone through this yet. But it does talk about vortexes and healing. How to identify vortexes, and that you can find them through your own system. Let's see here. I don't know. I'll have to go through this.
You're the man for it. You already pick up the chi from your environment quite efficiently.
I'm just going to start making vortexes. Just start making black holes, bringing in UFOs and stuff.
I want to put one more slide out there from this old slideshow I made.
Oh, this is interesting.
Because it's got gematria that is, I think, fascinating. Okay. So a 4-cipher match for God's Child, Cosmic Egg, and Video Game.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And those are very common ciphers too.
Or most common in my recent experience.
Yep.
Maybe septenary would be a good one to throw in. I've been liking that lately. But yeah.
And
while we're on the subject of gematria, I'll hit a couple others.
Yes.
Coronavirus and singularity, exact match. Virtual world and consciousness both have overlap.
61.
Damn.
Yeah. And I found it interesting that there's a lot of overlap between fire worship, Pirates, Men of Fire, Ring of Power. Fire worship could also be seraphic. Ring of Power and Eye in the Sky. Computer generated image, geometry, the ring, diameter and circumference, a lot of things with the 108. Anyway, Gematria is always a fun path to go down.
Yeah. So that's awesome. You brought that forward.
What was that picture from?
Oh, that's the Cosmic Egg by Hakan Hissim, a Turkish artist I'm friends with.
Nice. It looked trippy.
He also is the one that did my tapestry right here.
Yeah, I have it behind me. There's the Cosmic Egg right there.
I love it. I ordered one from him, but they
Hell
accidentally
yeah.
sent me the wrong one. So, but I love the one that they sent me too. I'm gonna have to write them an email and hopefully they'll send me the right one. Let me keep the wrong one too. Hard to say.
He said he did so much DMT that he went outside of that structure and he met some giant cephalopod Cthulhu god monsters. And they're like, we're going to eat you. And he was like, no, just tell me what that is. And then they explained it all to him. And then he came back down. And then he made
Why
this art.
didn't they
depicting
eat
it.
him?
Because he told me that the reason was he knew that all of it is aspects of self. And so it couldn't hurt him if he knew that they were him. And then they immediately switched from being Mooncast scary to, so what do you want? Why are you here?
That's awesome. That's like when the Ghostbusters are on the top of the Shandor building and she says, "Are you a god?" And he says, no. And so she blasts him. And then Bill Murray's like, next time somebody asks you, "Are you a god?" you say yes.
Same thing happened in Star Wars on Endor when they asked C-3PO if he was a god.
Oh,
Did
oh
that
right.
happen?
That's right. Yeah. And then he had to fake being a god.
Even though it was against his programming.
Yeah.
But he was a simulated human. He couldn't be a god.
Switching to the bleachers.
So I'm back and I changed my costume. Can anyone guess who I am?
Eddie
You're,
Murphy.
You're Alan Moore.
hippie Santa Claus.
Hello,
I'm
Ari.
simulating someone from the room.
You can't get his laugh right.
I'm
though.
trying to
Like,
get the
it's hard to
laugh.
get his
Gordy,
laugh right.
Gordy, do the
Nobody can do
laugh.
it.
How do you do the laugh?
I can't do it. I can't do his voice. I don't know. I can't. Yeah, you got to do this thing.
I'm trying.
Come
I'm
on.
trying.
Come on, do it, man. There it is.
Nice.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
Ryan.
I was looking for a glasses that would match Jim's pair a little
Oh,
more
that's
accurately.
nice. That was nice.
Yeah.
There it is. There it is. That sweet laugh. So I found a page that was folded in here, and it's on trapping the extra dimensionality of the soul. Sounds fancy. The process outlined below will guide you in making that upward shift and exploring the fullness of your this is some new age garbage. Sorry, fellas.
It's funny that you found that book
wonder-
because I was just thinking about vortexes earlier today, and they have a spot in Oregon, in Central Oregon. It's called the Oregon Mystery Spot, and it's supposedly a electromagnetic vortex, and it's this spot where the local lore is that the Native Americans wouldn't ride into this area because their horses were spooked about it. They wouldn't enter, and they shoot their arrows through it, and their arrows would not fly straight. So it was like an off-limits spot.
What's this called?
The Oregon Mystery Spot. And some trapper built a tool shed in the spot, and it kind of like fell down the side of a hill. So it's like this old building that's all like crooked sideways, and all this weird stuff happens there. Some of it is optical illusion, but some of it is actual weird phenomena. Like there's a like a 25-pound cannonball that's hanging from a chain in the middle of the room, and the chain actually curves in the air like this, and it's like I picked up the ball and like held it up and dropped it, and it appears like it's curving, but it's actually like, the theory is that the molecules are compressed in this one area, so it actually lenses the light. You can push the thing, and it sways just like a regular cannonball, but it's curved at an angle. And when you're standing in the room, it looks like you're leaning at like a very severe, almost 45, like past 45-degree angle, because the floor is a little bit crooked. But you actually look like it, you're actually leaning there a little bit. And then there's a spot in front of the building where they have people stand back to back, and one person is visibly taller than the other one, like, a 6-foot tall person next to a 5-foot tall person, and they walk apart. And as they walk 10 feet apart, they're both the same size when they're all the way out. And then they walk back together, and you can tell that they're actually one's taller than the other one, because of this. Like a scientist, like, lived there, bought it, and studied it for like 50 years. And then right before he died, he burned all of his research. And his family inherited the place and made it into like a museum sort of thing. Like, you can go check it out. I went there on a Halloween. It was probably like 12 years ago, and Halloween was the last day that it was open, and it closed for the whole winter season because it's kind of far out there in I think near Roseburg, Oregon. But it's pretty cool, and there's one in California somewhere. Very similar weird things happen.
Well, it looks like there's quite a few of these.
Yeah, that reminds me of like Skinwalker Ranch type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys heard about the alleged. There was a book that came out recently, and it came from people that work inside the Pentagon, saying that the reason why the government bought the Skinwalker Ranch property is to try to weaponize whatever's there.
They didn't buy the Skinwalker property. They had investors bought the property, and then they contracted a company to study it.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
But
and
yeah, it just came out like a month ago or something, the book. I haven't read it yet. But
yeah, Barsky brought that up when he was here last. About that book, how it just came out. Now, speaking of vortexes and those kind of things, my wife and I were talking about that this week, was all the cryptids and the Dogman thing. How the Dogman, you guys being up there in Wisconsin, Minnesota, do you guys have Dogman stories? Because there's got to be some sort of thinning veil vortex thing. This is my pet theory of cryptids, is that because we have stuff here. I have a friend who swears that he saw a pterodactyl or a pterodon when they were at Lake Roosevelt fishing, and I buy it. Like, you guys have seen the Tombstone Thunderbird story, correct? Have you ever seen any of that? So in the 1800s, there was a news story in the Tombstone Epitaph of the ranchers out there had shot and killed a pterodactyl of some sort. And they have pictures of this thing up against a barn. And it's hard to tell because, who knows if that stuff has actually the chain of custody for that photo since the 1800s to now, is super sketchy. But it shows, a bunch of ranchers holding up a giant pterodon with a bunch of bullet holes in it. And I don't know. I used to not believe it, but after my friend Barry, who will never see this thing and doesn't care, he probably doesn't even know that anybody else talks about these things. But he swears up and down, he and his son were fishing at Lake Roosevelt and saw a pterosaur on the side of the canyon.
This is a yokai named Manjimat.
Hey, that looks like that pumpkin mousse I made.
Oh, it does. It looks like a Oompa Loompa.
Yeah.
Rock.
This is not the official artwork. This is just using a face of a real man from the series Yokai Watch from Japan. It's an animated series. Many people make comparisons to Pokemon because it's also a franchise. And there was a series of games released for the Nintendo dual screen device, the 3DS, and that whole lore of Japanese yokai as these spirits that you can befriend and talk to and communicate with. There's this whole layer of the unseen in which the boy in the story receives a yokai watch, and through this lens he's able to see these spirits, these yokai spirits. So there'll be someone who's sitting in the corner with flatulence, and that's caused by a yokai. So then he'll flip up his watch, view through the lens and see the yokai, and then have a conversation with the spirit of that entity that's causing a behavior in the human. And this is just one example of that. I know we were talking about yokai earlier in the evening, so I'll bring that up again.
Yeah, this is also weird that it's every
Yeah,
time
I'm the one that brought up yokai, and I returned and you bring that up. That's cool.
Yeah, that's interesting too, because one of the scariest things I remember as a kid was that because I used to watch a lot of monster movies as a little kid, and watching Invasion of the Body Snatchers, and they had that dog with the human face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
That
what I
was-
was thinking. I was thinking about that.
Because it's the alarm. The dog, the human face dog, was the alarm that set everybody off to go attack the humans.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's also that Korn music video. If everyone remembers, is it What's the Word Up?
Oh,
Where they digitally place the heads of the band members on dogs and are walking around.
Oh yeah.
I can't recall any legends of dog men that I've heard about local sightings.
Well, what about that movie Invaders from Mars, where they swapped Sarah Jessica Parker and Pierce Brosnan's head with
Yeah.
a dog? Very similar.
I don't have any dogman stories, but one time I was at a party. It was right after I graduated high school, and I just started college, and my friends had just bought their own apartment, and they threw this big party, and I didn't know that many people there. And I walked onto their deck, and it was a full moon, and there was no one else on the deck at the time that I could see. I'm staring at the full moon, and then I hear this voice come from behind me, and the guy goes, "Beautiful full moon for sirens." I look behind me, and there's this 2 chairs, one empty, one with this guy sitting there that spoke the words, and he's just like in the shadows in the darkness, and he just starts talking to me, and I sit down and start talking to him, and he tells me that his grandpa was in the Navy, and he saw a siren, him and his Navy buddies. They were at port, and they was stacking up supplies, and the locals was like, "Hey, you see that island on the horizon? Make sure you avoid it at all costs. It's cursed. Like, don't go there." And
There's a giant gorilla on it.
And so they was like, okay, whatever. And they loaded up the rest of the equipment and they, set sail. And all the guys of the crew start hearing like this lovely, typical like singing that you would hear a siren do.
A singing
like,
siren story.
Yep. And they're like, oh, well, let's go to the island and see why this girl's singing. And they're like, maybe she needs help. And then there was only a couple women passengers, crew members on this vessel. And they go, no, stop, don't. Whatever that voice is not female, and it's screaming bloody murder. Like it will kill you. It's unnatural. Don't. So the only reason why they didn't go to the island and they just kept on going was because they had female crew members.
Could hear what was really going on.
Yeah. I don't know how accurate that story is, since it's just from a random guy at a party, but I think there's at least some truth to it. I mean, with all the strange things that I've talked about with you guys and other people, why couldn't that story be at least somewhat true?
That's interesting.
Well, let's see, why not? Yeah, the vortex is, if that is a thing, like that's got to be what's happening at Skinwalker.
Lots of people in the Navy too.
Yeah,
Might
lots of people.
have been an actual soldier. Lots of people got. What did you say? It was his uncle or something? His father?
Yeah, it was like I think he said it was his like grandfather.
A lot of grandfathers in the world, so that might check out.
Yeah.
Sirens, though.
Go ahead.
I've never seen a siren though, so that's a little less common. It'd be a little harder for that one to check out.
You got to hear the sirens.
I hear them every day as they fly down the street. Oh, not those sirens. No. Where did you figure out where this island was, or?
No, I say, it was just this random guy at the party, and after that conversation was over, we both kind of like got up and left, and I never saw that guy ever again. It was just this random thing that happened to me. I get people open up to me about friends topics all the time, though. I guess I seem like a guy that would be interested in that sort of thing, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Even before people actually get to know me, they're just like, hey, you want to hear this odd story? I'm like, sure, why not?
So one of my best buddies, his dad is retired from the Navy, and he had spent, I think, 30 years in service to the Navy, and he was specialized in submersibles. And one of his jobs was going around, and allegedly one of his jobs that we're allowed to know about is that they were going around and defusing old water mines that were potential hazards from the war. But when he retired, it took them 2 days to debrief him for these prolonged, probably 8, I don't know how many hour sessions of telling him all the things he's not allowed to talk about. And that's just kind of a measure of 30 years equals more than a day's worth of discussing what you're never allowed to tell.
Yeah.
But the one thing he did convey, and I just think this was very interesting word choice. After he retired, he pulled my buddy aside, his son, and he says, son, one of these days, if you get me drunk enough, I'll tell you all the places we've been to. And I just love how obscure and remote and open to imagination that choice of words is. All the places that we've been to.
Yeah, a lot of your like ex-Navy, ex-military, Air Force or whatever, like they do that. They're very, the ones that seem to be more open, like more open-minded about it. They tend to like be cryptid and take on that like guardian at the door that tells riddles type of persona, which I think is interesting because we in a bunch of folklore you always have that guardian at the gate that only speaks in riddles, and so that's interesting.
Yeah. We should dig in on La Palma.
Yeah, that's an interesting topic. Before we do that, Jim was talking about the Oregon Vortex located on Sardine Creek in Gold Hill, Oregon, and I was reminded of this strange document called We the Scythians, The Lie of the Land of Egypt by D.A. Ritchie, which is just this bizarre, schizophrenic storytelling, connection searching book. It's like a giant PDF document. And the book begins as sort of this fictional account, and it ends with Gold Hill. And then he ties Gold Hill in Oregon together with all of the gold in the earth, connecting that to ancient Egypt and the pyramids. And it's just quite a trip. Has anyone heard of this book, We the Scythians, The Lie of the Land by D.A. Ritchie?
Oh, that sounds interesting.
Nah.
Yeah, I haven't heard about it.
I'm looking at the table of contents right now, though.
Yeah, I think it's on archive.org. I've got a copy of it. For a long time, it was like this document that everybody wanted to find a copy of and couldn't. And then somehow it went online.
S-K-Y or S-C?
S-K-Y-T-H-I-A-N-S. It's like there's a lot of different connections. He puts a lot of math into it. This guy claims that he solved the sacred geometry of the three pyramids in the Giza Plateau.
Jeez,
and
it opens up with a suicide note.
Yeah, it's a wild 443 page double facing PDF document. So there's so much stuff here.
Yeah.
Will you send a link to that? I'd like to read it.
Yeah, it's not a quick read. It's not a quick read. I just mentioned it because you were talking about Gold Hill, and that's the only other time I really had heard of Gold Hill.
I think I started perusing over that once upon a time, and it was quite an endeavor.
Yeah, this is a man's life work compiled into a PDF document, and there's a lot of synchronicities, and whether or not all of the conclusions that he documents are factual or what the builders had intended or not, I don't know. But it's fascinating that he did do a lot of work and a lot of math and geometry and calculations and found interesting patterns. The way it's packaged is kind of a schizophrenic sort of, and then this, and then this, and then this. He's trying to lay it out in the way that it made sense to him. But the benefit of looking over this document, I'd say, is it just reveals a lot of really interesting things about our world. And from there, you can launch off on a lot of different research endeavors.
Mm-hmm.
So what's a Scythian?
It goes back to an oath. It's the Declaration of Arbroath, the Scottish equivalent of the Bill of Rights. It begins with the words, We, the Scythians.
Oh.
It's got Rosalind Chapel, UFO sightings, secret sites, basically everything we're kind of interested in.
So I thought it was,
Rose
is it
line.
pronounced Scythian? I thought it was Scythian, but I could be wrong.
Well, when it's pronounced with a K or spelled with a K, I would pronounce it Scythians.
Because the Scythians were Greeks, right? Ancient nomads. They're a tribe in Eurasia, Kazakhstan, Russian steppes of Kazakhstan, Siberia, Ural Mountains, Volga. They're like gypsies, it looks like.
The word Skyrians reminds me of the word sky, and talking about sky people, that makes me think of Laputa Castle in the sky.
Interesting.
Which you have the crystal that powers everything. And we're talking about gold and minerals and orgone.
The Scythians were big in trading gold, it looks like.
Mhm.
The Gold Hills. That's exactly where that cabin was. It was in the Gold Hills, is what they called them.
You know, I've seen stuff on that particular mystery spot with the crooked cabin. And I remember thinking it looked like the cabinet of Dr. Moreau kind of thing, because everything looks skewed and off. And it's interesting because Rachel was just posted that Rob Zombie video that was
Living Dead Girl.
Yeah, Living Dead Girl. Thank you, Chris. That was just like Cabinet of Dr. What is it? God, Caligari. That one.
Yeah.
She says Happy Halloween, by the way.
Yes, hello. See. Yeah, those places are trippy. And so this thing is saying that you can find them anywhere. This MIT dude was specifically, I think he wrote this for Sedona. This is probably like one of those things that are at the New Age bookshop in Sedona, how to find your chakras and stuff.
Mhm.
But it does have some interesting things of talking about how to find them as meditating.
Does he talk about dowsing or any kind of?
That's funny you brought that
I
up
was
too,
thinking
because
about
I was thinking
dowsing.
about dowsing, because Chance was talking about dowsing, and I need to, because I've done dowsing before with a friend, and like Water Witch stuff. It totally works. It's so stupid easy. It works so well. I was thinking I need to do that out by the that area that has the underground facility signs, because I know they're there. I just don't know where in that area they're there. So I need to do some walking around and dowsing in that area of the desert, because there's some stuff down there. I don't know what it is, but there's definitely something underground. Oh, another thing is, I should post some pictures in the chat of, there's an area in that area. There's a couple of houses that are all in ruin, and it almost looks like whenever that was bought out, like whenever those signs were there, it was kind of like the same time period of when those houses were abandoned. So I'm sure that Sprint or whatever company bought that area up. That's when those people vacated and they just slipped something right under them. But it's a big area. It goes, those signs like are spread out at least a 5 mile radius around that area.
What
what
that
do you-
also reminds me of is I've had this energy worker work on me and like work on my meridians, and in the way he does it before he starts, he has you kind of get into this meditative state and like ground yourself. But he has you close your eyes and like find your crystal for the moment inside the earth as you're grounding and connect with it and visualize an energy coming from that crystal that's inside the earth into your bottom of your feet and through whatever meridian he's about to work on.
Hmm.
Interesting. So is this is from that mystery spot?
Mystery
Jim?
spot.
So does that kid look like he's supposed to be standing straight up?
Yeah, it's really disorienting because the thing is so not square. Let's see that there's a chain and a cannonball, and it's actually, I wish there was a better picture of it, but it's arcing towards the boy. It looks like it's a straight chain, but it's actually curving. Like if you held a ruler next to it on the right side, then the edge of the ball would be level with the chain. Because it's
Yeah, that's weird.
Why do you
looking.
think it does that, Jim?
I don't know. They say that it's some sort of a gravity effect, they think, or it's a squeezing of the molecules in the air and everything at that spot.
Is this on Gold Hill?
Don't think they know. Yeah, that's what that was.
Okay.
These are the ones I sent to you.
Yeah, let me get the other image up here. So the Gold Hill has huge deposits of gold under the hill, and that somehow affects everything above it in a sort of magnetic electric way, just because of the high concentration of it.
Monatomic effects, perhaps. Yeah, who knows?
Sounds pretty trippy.
Has anybody in here done colloidal silver? Oh yeah,
Not
see
that I
that?
know of.
That looks like Dr. Caligari. Doesn't it look like the sets?
Oh, yeah.
Like it could have
Yeah.
been shot there.
Yeah, and that's the spot where people I'll try to find some before and after pictures, but people switch places, and it accentuates the tallness on that right side and accentuates the shortness on the left side, or vice versa. I think there's a video of it somewhere. I'll find that.
Yeah, that's what I've seen, I think. This is a video of that.
What does she have in her pocket there? Looks like a tape measure.
Tape measure.
Tape measure, some kind of a level.
Oh yeah, is that the guide? She's probably doing some demonstrations or something with that.
Could be. Yeah, there's some really interesting places on Earth that, if we didn't do any scientific investigation, would be considered strange and paranormal for otherwise normal conditions, like having a lot of gold and mineral deposits.
Guys, I just sent you a video of the demonstration, I believe. I'm checking it out right now. Yeah. It's subtle, but it's interesting. The very beginning of this video I sent.
Is Gold Hill near the coast?
It's right about Central Oregon. It's just off of I-5. It's probably almost 2/3 of the way south.
How close to the ocean?
3/5. 100 miles maybe.
Okay. Wow. We were talking about Manjimutt, the man the face of the man on the dog. And there's a place called the Isle of Dogs that's been in the news recently, where there are these mastiffs that are native and wild on this island. Is it in Spain? And there's a volcano. Come on, guys.
Oh, Palmera?
Yeah, I think that's it. Come on, guys.
Come on, guys, wake up.
Come on, I'm passing the talking stick now.
How many dogs were there? Were there just two?
Well, there was two on one building, and I think there were 4 dogs. It looked like that I got pictures of. I can send you the pictures of the dogs I collected from the video.
So everybody remembers the Fauci doing experiments on dogs a week before, maybe just 5 days before, right?
I had the picture of the 2 dogs.
That one.
What's that?
And that one.
I just
So-
said, and the picture has the 2 dogs.
Uh-huh. So the Fauci experiments had everybody's heart nice and tenderized. You know, and there were no images. It's just word of mouth. It's just, you know, they don't have pictures of and you guys remember that the dogs had their vocal cords removed so that the scientists could run these experiments on the dogs without dealing with the complaints. Does everybody remember those stories?
I don't, but that sounds messed up.
It's so messed up.
It's so incredibly messed up.
Yeah, but the picture the articles use is what I'm talking about, is a picture with 2 dogs on it. The articles I've seen anyways all use the same picture with 2 dogs.
From the Fauci experiments?
Yeah.
Okay. It'd be interesting to see what dog types are getting circulated here.
They're beagles.
But-
Beagles.
Snoopy.
Really?
They were beagles, yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, they are beagles.
The trumpets.
That is
of
sad.
The apocalypse.
You got it. The horns, the horns of the end days. So, that's its own debacle, but it sets up. it's kind of local. It's, you know, here in America, and then just a few days later, we get these apparently 4 dogs on La Palma. And now, you know, it's like the outrage is spreading, much like a spell, much like a broadcasting of intention.
So the story is that there were a bunch of earthquakes, and La Palma is an active volcano, and it just started erupting, and lava flows were going down to the city, to the sea through the city, and they had everyone evacuate in the city, like nobody's supposed to be there. And they got these drones and were flying around looking at stuff, and they found these feral dogs that are trapped on the island, and essentially they were starving to death. And a bunch of people, everybody loves dogs, they started pooling money and raised a whole bunch of money to rescue these dogs. And nobody's supposed to be there, so they were trying to do some sophisticated drone rescue. The image of beasts sparked public outcry. So they were going to do a drone rescue. That's what these guys were. These look like firefighters trying to figure out how to rescue these dogs with drones. And somebody mysteriously saved them. Some unknown person or organization went in clandestinely and
The A-Team.
yeah, and I was looking at this, and it made me think of the Crowley's organization, the Silver Star. What was it called? Astro
Argentum.
Argentum, and their symbol is an A with a triangle of dots next to it. And let's see, I have also. I'll forward that picture that you made.
I'm putting it in the chat or in the Telegram.
Okay, yeah, you should upload that one too.
I gotta get going, but it's been fun chilling.
It's
Good
been
to see you
fun.
again, buddy.
It's
Yeah,
good
see ya.
formally meeting a few of you. And
Yeah,
for the
thanks
rest
for
of
stopping
you,
through.
I will see you next time.
Yeah,
Peace.
To link this back into all the Golden Dawn stuff, we all know Crowley was kicked out of the Golden Dawn for
Oh
being.
shit! Hold on, I'm sorry, guys. Team, TEAM. That's
Oh,
meta.
meta.
Holy
Bet.
shit, guys!
A meta. Meta. Meta.
Sorry,
A.
I didn't mean to interrupt, Chris. That just
No,
hit me in
you'll-
the face.
No, I'm glad he said that. It's meant
Holy
about, yeah.
shit.
Oh, and the whole Facebook thing.
Holy fuck, y'all.
Oh.
yeah. So Gabriel found this connection when I sent him that sheet. I just sent it
Which
to
is
you,
written.
Alan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it.
And we got to mention that it's written in red. It's a very triggering. It's crucial that it's in red.
Yes.
Was
it
this
is.
a big news story? I didn't hear anything about this. I
For
didn't even know
Europe? It
about this.
is
Oh, okay.
out of Spain. The
Right, because it's Canary Islands.
right. And what is the name of the volcano?
Shoot, it's called
Something Vieja.
Veja.
Suerto Vieja. Is that what? How's
Gotcha.
it?
It's Combre, COMBRE.
Combre. Yeah, there it is.
And the Facebook meta is in blue. So you got red meta followed by blue meta, red and blue.
Interesting. What were you going to say about Crowley, Chris?
I was going to say, I'm sure we all are familiar that he was kicked out of the Golden Dawn
Right? Yes.
for just being a freak, basically. I just was going to connect in all the talk we were doing earlier about the Golden Dawn, connect all that back in.
Uh-huh. Wow,
Since we're
that is
talking about Palma, it's all
Uh-huh.
connected.
yeah.
Yeah, and you
Man.
can see how this is just off of Spain, and is it closer to Morocco?
Yeah, it's right off the coast of Morocco. So correct me if I'm wrong. It's been run by Spain for many, many years, and it's on the border of Morocco and what is the other country? It's off the
Portugal.
coast. Portugal. Is it Portugal?
Yeah, I think it's a Portugal. Is
Oh,
it?
it's Portuguese
Oh
port.
no, I'm thinking of the Atlantis mountain, the islands of Atlantis.
Oh, right. No, shoot, I just lost it.
Cumbre Vieja, meaning
Cumbre
old
Vieja.
summit. It's on the island La Palma.
So there's
People
all
are
these.
suggesting that it's a big one. The last eruption was in 1971. This recent eruption in October 2021 has emitted 3 times the amount since the big one in 1971.
Are you guys seeing an uptick in Yellowstone stories as well?
Yeah, since 2020.
Yeah.
So there's
I mean-
a whole bunch of underground caverns along the fault line on La Palma, and there's water in these underground caverns, and it was even a plot of a video game where the bad guys were going to put nukes inside these faults, and they were going to blow the nukes in the plans that it would superheat the water and cause a lightning fast erosion of a big chunk of the island of La Palma, which would which would fall into the ocean with such speed and velocity that it would create a tsunami that would drown the east coast of the United States. And we're looking at that as a possibility. I mean, the videos I've been watching about it, which are just scientific videos, mainstream stuff, they don't say if it's going to happen. They say when it happens.
Wasn't there a politician
gravel
this
fall
week?
220 miles an hour, and it'll be like 500 or like 1,000,000 tons, or no, 1,000 tons, something like that, like a huge amount, which would create a 3,000 foot swell. And by the time it would reach the United States, waves 160 feet high, would move at 650 miles an hour and travel up to 12.5 miles inland. And it would be 8 hours after this thing would happen.
So Slick, you're on East Coast. How far inland are you? Have you done the math yet?
I'm good. I'm all the way into Indiana area.
Okay.
I'm clear. I'll be clear.
So it's my theory that these dogs were not rescued. I think that somebody on the island is doing nefarious things, and they didn't want to have this publicity. They don't want anybody's eyes over there, because in my thoughts, even if you were a good person, a good Samaritan, and you wanted to save the dogs and still remain anonymous, you would leak some photos of those feral dogs in cages or at a shelter saying they're safe. Somebody, rescued them and they have a good home now. Here they are. But instead, the dogs are just gone, and somebody leaves a note saying that they rescued them and they were the A team. I think that, if you've ever tried to catch a feral animal, especially one that's scared and hungry, it's hard. It takes some time, and you're going to end up having to corner that critter, and it's going to bite you.
Right. And aren't they up on the top of? And aren't they on the top of a roof?
Yeah.
The dogs. They're on the roof of a building that people can't get to. So the logistics of a covert rescue are just, you'd have to do it in the cover of night. You'd have to come in with a helicopter.
Yes.
The expenses would be so great that it doesn't make any sense. And why would you do it clandestinely and then leave a note to get all the bragging rights?
Exactly.
You would do it where everybody could see you. You would record it and you would pat yourself on the back. A lot of this is just seems like Q movement fodder.
Yeah. That's my theory too. I think that, I'm worried about what's going to happen there next. I know that today I've been keeping an eye on it, and there were massive eruptions today, like bigger eruptions than they've had there of the volcano. Mm-hmm. Oh, and what made me start looking at it was, I think you sent the link, Gabriel, about there was a map view of earthquakes. And, when the earthquakes go off, they have like a red spot on the map. And it was a perfect grid shape of these hotspots.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have the Alpha Centauri pictures.
And those
looking
dots,
at this dot arrangement.
Slick, you are amazing.
Joke. That's amazing.
Wow.
Wow, that is Alpha Centauri. The A is the Alpha Centauri. Okay. The hell does that mean?
The A team.
Yep. And that is an image of the. That is
the Southern Cross.
Yeah, and if you look at it, Triangulum austraea is an egg. That triangle, and the right next to it, that's a compass. That's a Masonic
square.
compass.
And a
Sure
compass.
is.
Square and a compass in the sky was used as a markation of the A team. But it was Red Lodge.
And you have the initials here, AC. What is that
What?
referring to?
Alpha Centauri.
Alpha Centauri,
Yep.
Aleister Crowley.
Aleister
Oh.
Crowley.
Wow.
1-3. 1-3. The Empire. The Imperates.
Astrum Argentum is the magical order. The
Yep.
AA.
Yep.
And a lot of modern alchemists say they still see Crowley. So that's interesting.
When they look
Yeah.
in the mirror, they see Crowley.
Or they
Looking
see
back
him
at them?
in. They say they meet in like they have like secret meetings in like other dimensions and all that,
Interesting.
and
Interesting.
that he's like there in their liminal meeting space that they meet in. So there's a theory he's not dead.
Did we see
How-
Hydra?
How close is the
Hydra's very close.
the
Yeah,
map
Hydra's
of-
on that picture. I can bring that back up.
Alan, can you bring up a map of the Canary Islands?
I don't have one available to me right now. I've got
Send
the
it to
images that you guys have sent me. Hydra's here in this region of the sky, this sky map.
Yep.
The other connection is the A-Team, of course, famously with Mr. T on NBC from 1983 to 87, a story of fictitious members of the United States Army Special Forces Unit who were all tried by court-martial for a crime they had not committed. So they were not guilty for this crime that they were accused of.
Oh, yeah.
And then they were forced to form the A-Team. Of course, Mr. T, like a T-square, when you're measuring and finding the levels in the right angles, you use a T-square.
Crux.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I pity the fool. So I posted the picture of the map in the Telegram group there,
Nice.
Spiders.
and it does kind of look like the grouping of stars a little bit.
Oh, it does a little bit. Just, yeah.
We'd
Just a
have
bit.
to do a little, but
Yeah.
Now I have to get in on this a little bit.
All right, Chance.
Okay.
What's up, brother?
I'm
What's
back.
up?
you came
Yes.
back right when it started getting good.
Yeah, I
did you
mean,
see
I mean,
that?
I've been listening this whole time.
Okay.
I never left, really.
Whoa.
We're talking about Crowley. Who did Crowley contact that was such a bizarre,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Jack Parsons.
Lamb.
Lamb.
Man.
Okay. I'm going to try to walk us through this in an easier way. But what I came to, there's so many connections. It's hard to know where to start. But this is from reading Sabak today, the chapter Ancient Alien Abduction from Holographic Culture. And he's talking about all these different monsters because it's Halloween today. The ghouls, the dragons, the harpies, the lambano is a word that means to catch or take. Just like the arp in harpy means to seize, or gala and gula means to seize, or reptile is the same word as to rape or snatch. Reptiles are
Raptor.
snatchers. Raptors are snatchers.
Wow.
Like rapture, yes.
So what happened to these dogs? They were snatched.
Holy shit.
And anyway, Crowley contacted Lamia, which is another one of these same blood-sucking vampire, PYR, vampire. These angelic mariners, if you will, sailors. They, in the modern parlance, are said to wear shining, reflective outfits. In the older times, they're described in the scriptures as being the shining ones. But
Wow.
anyway, there's a lot of etymology that it would maybe be difficult to go through it all. But I just thought when I heard Crowley come up again, I wanted to bring up that lamb and Lamia, and even, yeah, there's a lot here, but basically these are all creatures that are hungry. They're all related to Sirius, the dog star. They're all vampiric and can be connected. Yep, there you go. Now, if you look up close here, what's on the pirate's flag?
Oh, it's a gray. It's a gray skull.
Gray skull.
I have the power.
The English noun skull is a pun on the Greek noun scolex, which means a worm. Hence, the skull is often combined in occult imagery with the worm. And the Old Semitic jinn, D-J-E-N, is a serpent or worm, referential to the jinn, D-J-I-N-N. So the same wordplay is found in the Arabic noun Jim Jimmy, which is a skull, Jim Jimmy, a morphological repetition of jinn and genie or jinni.
And it's pronounced Jim Genie?
So in short, yeah, the skull represents the jinn, a spirit, a pale or skeletal being that looks visually similar to a gray alien.
And on the screen now, we're looking at an image of Meat standing on a skull, holding the chains with the sun and the moon. This is the distinguished charity of Meat with the face of Zuckerberg on Meat, which connects to Meta and Facebook, and tearing down the sun and the moon to destroy the earth to have a rebirth into a virtual reality.
Metadata.
Chan said the word ghoul. Alan, you shared something, and I pointed out that the word was very similar to the word goal, but I can't find it in our chat. So I don't remember.
G-O-A-L, the goal of the Gula in the Dune universe is to clone the Duncan Hideout to make a super soldier.
Yes, that's what I was saying. The goal and goal, yeah, and goal because that's so okay.
A G-U-L is a blood-sucking jinn. A G-U in the same language means hungry. So gul and guh, and gal means a wheel. And then you have jinn that refers to a supernatural being. Jian means hungry, and Juna means a shield, which is a wheel, a saucer. Lamia is a female demon. Limos is hunger. Lamina is coin. Who gives us our coins? Where do our coins come from? What is this? And also the symbol for Sirius is, of course, the eye in the sky, the circle with the smaller circle in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Which also looks like a shield or a dish or a saucer.
Yeah, going back to coins specifically, coins are very important. We were told last year in 2020 that there was a coin shortage and that we're out of change. We didn't have enough coins. The Federal Reserve and such, the banks were not going to be providing rolls of pennies, nickels, and dimes to people. And they wanted you to go through your car and your sofa to find all the loose change and gather it together and bring it into Walmart stores to put it into the Coinstar machines. So you get a Walmart gift card in exchange for your precious metals. A lot of those coins, old pennies especially, have copper. So they're collecting all those.
Yep. And that's a star. The star card is Aquarius.
And when I was talking about grays during our Dune episode, Gabe broke down grays and silver and liminal spaces as well.
Okay, so I came in to talk about lamia and lamb, and the verb lambano, which is to catch or to take, and lamina, which is a coin. These are siren-like deities. But here's the lambda symbol. Lambda symbol.
And it is also the forbidden dance.
What was on the dog's rescue note?
Oh, that A symbol. Looks
lambda.
Like an A.
It's very similar to the lambda.
Is that the Half-Life symbol as well in the Half-Life series video games from Valve?
Which I played a remake of earlier this year. It was a really good remake, actually, by indie company called Black Mesa.
Yes.
Really good.
Okay, so a couple
things. They were telling you about underground bases in the late 90s.
Yes. The deep underground military bases, the DUMBs, the DUMs.
Wow, dude. You know what? I think there's triangles on that. Lambdas on that.
There's dots around the triangle on the lambda symbol.
Yeah. No, on that underground base the underground facility that I'm talking about that's near my work.
Oh, sure. Is there a half-life in the mine that they're working with?
So, Chance, what you were talking about reminded me of, so when you say Gene Genie, my thought immediately goes to Bowie, the Starman. And the song Gene Genie never made sense to me. Now I'm looking up the lyrics.
It means skull. And was he not kind of a emaciated looking
for sure
guy? You really could see his skull popping out.
Alan, that last image you just brought up reminded me of something. You guys are gonna laugh at this, but it reminded me of something. I'm gonna share an image to the Telegram group of what the last image you shared reminded me of.
The image of the Distinguished Charity of Meat.
I'm going back to the bleachers. I just wanted to get the lamb stuff out.
That's good information. We appreciate you lurking and pouncing on the opportunity to share the information. I mean, it takes a few minutes just to process it and find a way to communicate it clearly.
Yeah. So that A symbol that you shared reminded me of the Country Music Awards. Because country music is just really big here. Yep. And I just saw an ad for the Country Music Awards, and their symbol for their trophy they give out is similar to that. It's like that A triangle type.
Like a compass?
Yeah.
Or a square almost.
I drove past the Grand Ole Opry on my way to Flatoberfest. Okay, now I'm leaving.
I just put that picture in the.
We were talking about the year 1983 being an epic year for movies the other day, and 1983 was the year that the penny was moved off of copper. They were copper up until 1982, but then in 1983 they started making composite pennies, which were just copper plated. There are some copper pennies that did get accidentally made, and if you find one, hold on to it because it's very valuable, like $10,000 last I checked. So I always look at all my pennies to try to see if they're 1983 copper penny.
How do you tell? You have to do a litmus test.
They're a lot lighter. If you take a modern penny and hold it next to a copper penny, There's a difference. I don't know exactly offhand, but you can tell the difference if you have an older penny and hold it next to a newer penny. They feel different. They clink differently.
Yeah, they do clink different. Huh. So in the Telegram group, I just showed that sign of the underground facilities. And I'm gonna swipe through the area that is above it. It's just ranching land, right? It's just these old.
Oh, the underground base you were talking about.
Mhm.
Yeah, this is the building. Has some kind of cool graffiti on it. But these are the buildings that are on it. And they look like they've been kind of abandoned since maybe the 70s, 60s or 70s, maybe.
Wow.
Is that close to you?
Yeah,
You should
really
set
close.
up a little bug out area.
Yeah,
Bug out shelter.
that's the porch of it. This is the inside of this little shack.
Go board the windows up and put a lock on the door. Put a lock on it.
Oh yeah, that's the building out there.
That's awesome. Get a squat going.
Yeah, sweet little squat and just start digging in the center of the house. See what I hit.
So I started playing with the letters for La Palma, and you can take out the lamb, and what remains is APAL, which could be apple, but you can also get Alpa, ALPA, which is not unlike Alpha Centauri. When you take the LAM out of La Palma. You could take the LAM just out of the word Palma, and you would have AP, which means father or Associated Press. It's also a 1-3 like Aleister Crowley and Alpha Centauri in septenary.
Hey, it really just hit me is B.A. Baracus was Mr. T's name in the A team. B.A. Baba is father.
Yeah.
Babacus or Abacus. Maybe it's Abacus.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. Or Babel.
Ooh. Yeah.
Come here. Come here. Marmalade, come here.
So the shape of the island, it looks very much like a spike. It looks like a fang, Fauci fang. But it also, it's got a very spiky shark tooth kind of shape to it.
Yeah, I was thinking it looks like those ornamental hooks. The Hawaiian traditions and the Polynesian traditions, the ornamental hooks that you wear as an amulet.
Yeah. But it's the palma, which is a hand.
Yeah.
And it looks like a spike. Its name is hand, and it's having seismic spikes. Right now, the earthquakes are spikes in seismic activity. So we have all these stigmata components going on, the crucifixion, so to say. And also, we have the hidden hand, palma. So here comes Yod again, the sign Yod, and it's going to cause a tidal Wave.
Did the new Dune have the hand? Did they have the scene of the sleeper
Yes,
will
hand-
awaken the whole hand thing going up?
Well,
Did
the
they
hand
do
in the
that?
box. They did the hand in the box for the Gomjabar.
Did they do that symbol thing though with the energy waves where they talk about the fear or when the sleeper has awakened, it has like there's that one quick scene in the 84 Dune
Mm.
that has the plasma rings that going around the hand. Do you remember that quick scene?
I remember it from the old one, but it wasn't in
from
the
the
new
old one. No,
Mhm.
that'd be interesting. Hey, Snake Jones, I see you lurking, dude. Just jump in here.
Yeah, brother. So one more random factoid is the Greek word for carpenter is tekton.
Oh, for real? Huh. That's
Tecton.
fascinating. Really?
Yes.
For carpenter. So Christ
Mhm.
is the
Tecton.
tectonic operator?
Yes. Yeah. And during the 3 seconds of blackout time in the crucifixion scene, there's a tear in the fabric of the temple.
Right.
It could very much indicate a tectonic shift.
The separating of the plates.
Yep. Yep. And that comes into play with all this potentially. That's about all I have of the random notes I took, but I was playing with the words, the Great Reset, and I got, just from Great Reset, you can make street rage, which is very interesting considering all the riots going on in 2000. But then if you put the word you include the word and you can rearrange the Great Reset to spell target the seer, which I find very telling because it makes me think of coming after, the clairvoyant ones.
That's really interesting.
There's a Simpsons where it's revealed that Mr. Burns is not the owner of all of his wealth, and that it's actually a canary. Canary M. Burns instead of him.
Yeah.
And there's another photo, the next one with the graph. See it behind Mr. Burns, there's a board with a couple photographs on it. That's the ownership of all of his property. So
the organization flowchart.
The organization flowchart. So if anyone gets in trouble, Montgomery Burns is okay, and it's the canary that goes to jail. And so Homer sees this, and he sneaks in and lets the canary out of the cage. And he's like, "Go fly away, fly to the Canary Islands." And the bird left, and then it came back and looked at a globe, and then looked up the Canary Islands, and then it flew away. I'm trying to find a picture of the globe, but it looks at La Palma, and it's drawn in the shape of a question mark, which is what it would look like after it has a big landslide. Because right now La Palma's, trying to find it.
Yeah, exactly on that part. If it caves in, it would look just like the depiction that they had in The Simpsons. In the simulation signs, the signs of simulation.
Oh, yeah.
That's weird.
The Simpsons are on Disney Plus now, but those first few seasons that were in 4:3 format have been completely butchered and are almost completely unwatchable. The way they tried to fix it. Have you
Really,
seen?
they've edited the old Simpsons. Of course they have.
Well,
What am I
they've
thinking?
they've represented it so it would fit a 19 widescreen format, right? So you have the widescreen format, right? And you have pillar boxing, so you have black bars on the side. But Disney Plus does not want to display black bars on the side to maintain the 4:3 aspect ratio. So they cut off the tops and the bottoms of the square and zoom in on it. So you're missing like the tops and the bottoms of the image. And the clean lines are completely gone. They've removed the clean lines, and it's just really difficult to watch on Disney Plus because they so carelessly try to present it in the widescreen format when it was designed to be, in the 4:3 CRT screen format.
That's like listening to Dark Side of the Moon on an MP3, man. It shouldn't be done ever. It's vinyl only, man.
Yeah, that's true. I found an image of the earthquake grid when I sent it to you, Alan.
Okay. I have a picture of Snake Jonesy sent us. I shared that earlier. I'll put it up again if he wants to talk about it. A lot of information tonight, and I think the spookiest thing are these disaster stories we tell ourselves. Will there be a tsunami? Well, it's a possibility. Will it actually happen? Maybe.
There it is. Okay, I found the Simpsons map of La Palma. I'll send that to you as well.
So what is the theory about Simpsons and predictive programming and the information that they put on the screen and the sort of dog whistle type jokes and language that they use? I wasn't allowed to watch The Simpsons. I watched it on Disney Plus, and Bart was saying a lot of dirty words. He was saying a lot of dirty words I was not allowed to say, so I was not allowed to watch The Simpsons.
Too. When it first came out, I did watch the very first. It was on the Tracy Ullman show on the commercial breaks, on the restroom breaks. There was some real rough Homer Simpson sketches. There, I sent you those, Alan.
I see it. Let's see here. I asked you about.
Interesting.
Do you know what episode this was? What year was it in a 4:3 format? Because they've cropped the tops and the bottoms off to fit into a widescreen format. So I wonder if there's more information drawn into the frame at the time.
I don't know for sure. I've got a I found a video that has is embedded some of the cartoon.
There's talk about an evergreen college, a CIA, not a Canadian school, eh?
Okay, it was March 16th, 2003. CE DOH DOH is the 15th episode of season 14. CE DOH.
So I want to point out real quick, we've got canines, the Canary Islands, and a volcano.
Yep. There it is.
It's a whole
And
lot
see,
of
it would look.
Hey,
Nice.
that NHL player that got busted for having the
Vic.
Michael Vick dogfighting? Is
The-
that where we're
the-
going with this?
the NHL player that was busted using the fake COVID shot card. His last name was Kane.
really. That's crazy.
Was it reported on CNN or the QAnon News Network?
Yeah, probably.
QNN.
That's what I think that QAnon is. QAnon is coding the word Canaan.
Yes.
Canon.
Yes.
So
And-
if
and-
those, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying that this wordplay here, it works on many different levels, whether it's suggested of like the Canaanites, the ancient Canaanite Phoenicians, or what I don't quite know, but CNN, you pronounce that as Canaan, QAnon with the Q, Canaan, and cannon is a weapon, sure, but canon in lore is also to say that this is a canon story. This is the official story. So if Canaan or QAnon is releasing a story that we are following the breadcrumbs, like the birdseed spread, and we're following it and we're eating up their official story as if it were canon lore, as if it were biblical truth.
Yeah.
So all those intense earthquakes are at that spot where that little cutout is. And it's the exact portion of the island that they think will drop off under the right circumstances and fall in the ocean. And if you look at that grid, this one, yeah, all those red spots are earthquake areas. And you see how they're perfectly gridded up?
Hmm.
It looks
Is
like
that-
they're intentionally trying to blow that area up.
Yeah.
Some TNT, some dynamite on some fault lines.
Dynamite!
And why else would they want everybody off the island, including rescuers?
Mm.
I have
Oh,
a theory.
hey, this is interesting. Look at this. So this is, I just zoomed in on the Canary Islands, and right near the volcano, there's a Mirador Astronomico,
Telescope?
Oh, it just disappeared. It disappeared as I'm looking at it.
What is it?
What the
was it?
fudge?
Just Space Observatory.
It's an observatory. Yeah.
Mm.
Like it disappeared from the map as I'm. Wait, there it's back. Okay, wait.
Take a
It'll show-
screenshot of it.
Yep. Boink. There we go. There's the actual volcano right here.
On La Palma.
This is the island of La Palma, yeah.
Okay.
And right next to that is a big astronomical observatory.
What's the name of the observatory on the map?
It is called. Oh, it disappeared again. You son of
Open
a
your
bitch.
screenshot. Open your screenshot.
Yep. This is why we do this.
Yep.
Okay. It is called Mirador Astronomico del Llano, that's Llano, del Hable, which is Jable.
Sounds like El Diablo, but probably not. Send it to us and we'll look at it. All those other observatories have been shut down. They decommissioned that great observatory that was featured in GoldenEye.
The Radio Astronomy Observatory?
Arecibo.
Recibo,
Yeah,
Yep.
Arecibo's gone.
Why?
which means receipt.
Are they using it for harp style stuff now? I doubt they're letting it get overgrown. They're just giving it back to nature. What would they
Well,
do?
it gets old, and on a practical level, if you're building a new one, you don't want to have competitors. So you want to be the best and the newest and have no other competitors.
Well, wouldn't they just use it for something else? Something secret? Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
Well, if you send in an A team to clip the cables and purposely destroy it,
Yeah.
there's a lot going on. There's quite a story that we are not privy to knowing all the information.
I wonder what day the crescendo would be that would where an event would happen that caused a tidal wave, if it's going to happen. Is there an ideal date, do you think? Would it be a Thanksgiving or a something this month, 11/11?
Ooh, 11/11. That's a good guess.
Mm.
That's my recovery date.
That's a good day to
That's a good
recover.
one. So
11/11/21.
let me find my list of
translate.
occult holidays.
Yeah, this does echo the idea that Cain saying that he created the flood that destroyed Atlantis. If they're putting the ideas in our mind that a new tidal wave event could cause low elevation areas to go underwater for some time.
It is an Atlantic area.
So has everybody seen the $100 bill with the city getting flooded?
No.
Oh yeah, yeah, I have seen that.
Yeah, there's a guy he's been doing, I think it's the $100 bill, but he's been doing you fold up the dollar bill just like the Twin Tower trick, and you look at it and it looks like you're looking down the road on a city with tall towers framing the road, and the what is supposed to be trees, when it's turned sideways, it looks like a flood coming in over the city.
I think I remember thinking it looked like the scene in Clash of the Titans where they flood Joppa, where the Titan or the the Kraken comes and
Yeah.
Joppa is flooded and
I'm looking for it right now.
Not sure it's the 100, but there's one of the dollar bills. I have my dollar bill somewhere. I could look.
Well, they've been flooding the streets with printed money.
Well said. Well said.
And coins are probably, they keep trying to phase them out. They don't want us to be holding coins or metals.
I like Cheney's theory on that, because
Oh, yeah.
they'll become bullets.
Right,
in
to
the
melt them
future.
down for bullets. It's a huge possibility.
I think I
Yeah.
found it here. I'll send it to you, Alan.
Sure.
Shit.
Could this be like a Hurricane Katrina situation? Are they going to let the levee break? I don't know.
Build the
You know,
levee. Oh,
I had a thought yesterday about, so John Lennon was buying up real estate that was underwater because he was hoping that the water levels would drop. And then he would have any territory that you already own that the water recedes from, you can turn it into a country. It can conceivably become a country. So if the water levels actually recede and certain islands just appear, you can turn it into a country. You already own it, and you could start a whole utopia. Imagine.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So that's interesting. That guy I brought up a couple of weeks ago, his name is Robert Felix. He wrote that book, Not by Fire, but by Ice, that the ice ages killed the dinosaurs. But his theory going forward is that we're heading into another ice age. There's not global warming. We're going into another ice age, and that the water levels will recede, according to this guy.
Yes.
Because it'll be the rebuilding of the glacier system, but not where they are now, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
That looks like Hiroshima, man. That looks like that looks like the buildings.
So I got to point out. Yep, right there. So look at the moon. See the moon in the left half? That pale part?
Like right here?
Kind of yellow. Yeah.
Yeah, the moon controls the tide.
You got it. In the other half of it, well, yeah. If you look at the unfolded dollar, that's part of the moon. In the other half of it is this broken zero, which is made out of golden print, like golden foil.
Yeah.
And so that is the gold that was used to build military bases on the moon where they can control the weather and zap La Palma in a perfect grid-shaped system.
The text on the image reads, "Folding in a particular way, the new $100 bill will reveal secret imagery of a major incoming flood in New York. When you change the magnification on the back, you can see tidal waves approaching, the city appearing to be just like the scene from the famous movie The Day After Tomorrow from 2004.
Isn't that the story that Whitley Strieber and Art Bell did?
I don't know if maybe Art Bell did it. I think it was.
That'd be interesting because the $100 bill has the Liberty Bell, which also looks like an ink well.
Oh yeah.
On one side of the 100.
I've never seen a $100 bill.
You can also fold up the 100 and make a what looks like the body of a missile. And on one side, it's like the tail end of a missile, and then you flip it, and on the front end is the head of the missile. If I had a $100 bill, I'd show you.
Yeah. The actual book was called The Coming Global Superstorm by Art Bell and Whitley Strieber.
Yeah, okay.
You're right. Seems like there's a lot of that kind of weather going on. I remember there was a flash freeze, a subarctic flash freeze in Eastern Europe or Russia, and it froze dogs like solid, standing still, like just running around. It came on that fast. It was just like in the movie. But it was only on the news for a little bit, and I really felt like it was some kind of weather attack. Like they were proving what they could do, because it was just like a blip on the news, like, oh yeah, it got really cold somewhere, even the dogs froze, and then it just kind of washed on through with the rest of the news. In other news, this little girl can balance cups on her head.
Yeah, there's a guy named Ice Age Farmer who talks about the grand solar minimum, a period during which solar activity diminishes, resulting in drastic Climatic and geophysical changes to our planet. These include increased galactic cosmic rays, GCRs, seismic activity, and volcanism. The latter often results in a global reduction in temperature, making it colder.
That's what's going on right now. There's a period where there's almost no sunspots when this goes on. Supposedly, that's what we're entering into. It'll be similar to the Maunder minimum of 10,000 years ago, the Ice Age of the Younger Dryas period, where woolly mammoths reigned supreme in North America, and there were 100-mile-an-hour winds or more in the plains. We huddled up with furs on and caves and hunted stuff with bow and arrows.
Yeah. Become a hunter gatherer.
So there's a HG. That's Mercury.
The mercury is getting low.
One thing that
Thermometer.
Krista wants us to take a look at this
I keep thinking
LSD
about,
video from Thunderclouds. It's called Thunderclouds, the official video featuring Saya, Diplo, and Labyrinth. I don't know that we could play a copywritten music video.
Without the audio.
Sure. I don't know if my system will play that quite well. It's already trying to do all the other functions. We'll definitely take a look at that after the stream.
Yeah. So, by the one of many definitions of magic is harnessing the natural elements in accordance to your will. And so, the fact that we were just talking about the solar minimum and an ice age coming on, these, whoever we're dealing with, talking about they, it is right up their alley to set their will in accordance to this these natural elements that we're talking about.
Who, the A-team? They. Yeah. Then they're like, I meant to do that. Everything changes.
Yep. They have better measuring tools than we do, and they have so much information. And at this point, we just live our lives moment to moment, one day at a time.
Yeah.
It's interesting to talk about the zeitgeist and the symbols that seem to accumulate at specific times throughout the year, or what is on our mind now. And that's kind of what we're looking at. We're not saying that any of this proves what is going to happen in the future. It's not a prediction. It's not a weather report. It's a sort of collective unconscious check of the temperature and the barometric pressure and what's going on within the minds of men. And that's sort of what is being invaded with these neural networks, these meta quantum computing algorithms and all of that, which is affecting our thought process as we go to Twitter to see what is trending. And we're told these are the popular topics. We're told what to look at, and it's constantly pressed upon us to look at them. So at some level, we can have a glance at them, sort of dispel them, de-occult them, talk about what they might possibly mean. But at some level, like if we're so concerned about La Palma erupting and we're so far away from it, I don't know what sort of major effect it'll have on our day-to-day lives. Could be great, could be small. I don't know. But that's the level of speculation. That's the fear porn that continues. So that cycle of fear porn and disaster movie porn with these day after tomorrow movies and tidal waves and the ice freezing over. That Ghostbusters movie from 2016 talking about the fourth turning. They have ideas and they warn us ahead of time and they implant the ideas so that we can manifest those ideas and we want to accept those possible realities. I think there's a lot of people in New York who love and hate the city, and some of them would love to see that city destroyed. They'd love to see it underwater. They'd love to see it torn down, because as much as there's a lot of creativity and art in the city, there's also a lot of greed, a lot of nepotism, a lot of bad bloodlines, blood feuds, things that are just going to continue to exist.
Well, I think if you go halfway down the coast, it's a much better target to hit, to take out.
You Florida.
DC, well, yeah, right between New York and Florida is DC. But it would take out Florida first, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's interesting, guys. So that one of those videos you sent, Jim, it showed Florida taking the hit. And if you watch the video, one thing that's interesting is right now in the territories, our season right now is in the death card and the hanged man card. And those two cards are Florida. Parts of Georgia and Florida are in that quadrant of this time of year right now, according to the territories.
Oh, did you put it on the calendar too? The tarot by dates.
Yeah, and then you overlap it with the map of the United States.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So Florida taking a hit, that would actually be an alignment of the natural elements as they are right now.
When does it switch past the death card in Florida? Is it along with the zodiac?
On the 22nd, we jump into Sagittarius and out of Scorpio. So yeah, that's why Florida is the flower rider, is the card of is the death card. It's a horse rider. He's carrying the Venus flower of death behind him. So Florida is the flower rider, and that's why we had and that's why we had the hanging chads in Florida, is because of the hanged man.
In the chat here, Lisa Solds says there's a school of thought that flowers blooming early in it and high virulence of common pathogens are the harbingers of the beginning of a solar minimum seasons. Connecting back with the flowers and the flower rider.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Very interesting, yes.
Where that's in the YouTube chat? Okay, I see it.
Yeah.
So this
Hello,
is
Lisa.
That's a little rundown of my territories. And
What is it? What is Arizona, dude?
Arizona is Pisces, which is the moon card and the Empress card. And it's very interesting because it's Pisces, but if you think about it, here, I'll show you the map. It's not very good lighting, but you can see how I need thicker lines. But Pisces is a water sign, and if you continue this line of reasoning, it goes over to Hawaii, and so even Hawaii is in the sign of Pisces, along with that moon card and the Empress card.
Interesting.
And Hawaii was ruled by a matriarch.
Yeah.
They had the queen was the last, who we replaced with the United States when it became a state. Same thing with California. California, part of it is also, once upon a time, had a matriarch, according to a lot of Ross Ben's work. And so that she was a foreign Khalifa. California. She was a foreign Khalifa.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know what I was thinking about this week is thinking about Arizona, and that's what I'm kind of asking about that, because Chance had brought up again the triops with Michael Wan when he was talking to Michael Wan about it, and you guys talking about the Simpsons making me think of Blinky, the three-eyed fish from the Simpsons.
Yeah.
Remember the triops are three eyes.
And it was because of radiation, like the uranium in the silver pan is radioactive.
Nice. I've been thinking about the triops a lot, and the fact that they can, they can just kind of go dormant until the time is right, and they start coming back around again. They have that ability. Well, that area, it kind of lends to that idea, Jim, that we were talking about with America being the Old Testament Egypt, and how the entire flooding, or the damming up of the water systems, that once upon a time, California was an island, and so all through here, there was water.
Yeah.
And that was the Red Sea that Moses had to part to make Exodus.
This was Egypt. There's Egypt again.
Yes. And so those triops were probably from the Red Sea of the Old Testament.
I wonder if California was the promised land.
Yes. There are super important parts of the story, and that are completely forbidden for. What's that?
Jerusalem.
Yeah.
Zion is Utah.
Zion National Park. Oh.
Yep. And so the Exodus was leaving from the West Coast, from California, like Baja. And this is all UBTV, by the way. People should really take a week and watch the UBTV America is Egypt series. It is mind-boggling. But there are certain sections of California that we'll never get into. They're totally blocked off. And there are certain mountains that are very clearly geographic locations from the Old Testament. And you just can't get to them. People just won't. I guess you could see them on Google Earth, but they're zoned out. And they're zoned out because they confirm Old Testament topography. And UBTV, man, he is amazing. He's really on it. He's pretty cutting edge.
Nice. It's UBI, right?
What's that?
It's UBI.
Nope. UB, all caps. UB space TV.
Okay.
And
I put a link in the chat there.
I love his style. He is mind-boggling, and he puts a lot of time and energy and a real nice finishing touch to everything.
Yeah, I watched that episode 4 that you sent. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, he's brilliant. And one thing he brings to mind, and I think about this a lot, is, he always kind of gives love to the people who brought him into his mind space, and that's Stephen Coakley is an old school conspiracy theorist from back in the day when you had like overhead projectors, and and he's like carrying around newspaper articles to pass around to these people who get together, and his projector screen is a bed sheet held up by thumbtacks.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, man.
I know a
He
guy
was-
like that. He uses a dry erase board and he draws all these things. He'll like come up with a symbol and then he'll draw it really badly and then have to do it again on his
Yeah.
dry erase board. But he comes up with some amazing shit and he's really
Yeah.
cool. I'm talking about you.
Yeah, it's pretty cool how the low tech heads, they do they
Yeah.
inspire. They've been doing it for a long time, and so yeah, UBTV is a really good one. I'd like to see him. I'd like to talk to him someday. Get him live,
We
I
should
want to
get-
really,
unpolished.
now that I'm thinking about it, I really want to talk to this Robert Felix guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Robert
gonna see what he's up to. This is the cat that is saying that we're going into another ice age.
Oh,
Because-
Ice Age Farmer.
No, this isn't the farmer guy. This is Robert Felix. He's more of a geologist, but
Okay.
he also has a method to predict every single earthquake and volcanic eruption. So, and I just remembered that. So I need to find out what that dude's up to now.
Yeah, they'd be good to tap into with the La Palma situation.
Yeah.
Oh, but the Gene Genie lyrics, I think, were so I just read them again, and I think it's just a what do they call that? A bottom in. I won't go there. Forget it. I'll let that one go. But it's got to turn itself back up when Alan and I finally do the Brian Eno Bowie episode. Alan, we need to do that.
Do the what?
So there's all these occult connections with Brian Eno, who was Bowie's producer, and they're pretty sure that Brian Eno, the introduction of Brian Eno into the Bowie's band when he came from, his music really went in a different direction. I mean, Bowie always does that. He gets somebody great. He always surrounds himself with these musical geniuses. Like I don't know if anybody knows that Stevie Ray Vaughan got his start with Bowie. The guy from Talking Heads. He was in Zappa's band too. I can't think of his name. Anyway, he was
David Byrne.
Not David Byrne, the guitarist. I'll think of it when it doesn't matter. Anyway, all these guys got their start with Bowie, and Bowie didn't make them. Like, he always poached them out of great bands. Like, he found Stevie Ray Vaughan. Somebody somewhere said you should see this guy play, and he poached him to play on China Girl. So that solo that you hear on China Girl is Stevie Ray Vaughan. And dang it. And so the other guy who was, dang it, now I can't. I gotta get his name.
This is why we need to go through and kind of take some notes, make some Cliff's notes for a presentation of this information, because there are so many
I'll find it.
connections and fine details. I see that the owners of the David Bowie YouTube channel are publishing upscaled remastered videos to the 1997 Earthling album, including Dead Man Walking.
Yeah, you could do just hours just on the Lazarus album.
People have done that. Especially around the time of his death, people were really looking into what his music was saying, what the message of it all was, and he was creating this story for us that we were going through. And there's different eras to Bowie. The most recent upload being 7 years in Tibet, and Bowie was very upset that he didn't speak out sooner to the atrocities happening when CHINA was overstepping and taking over.
Tibet.
Adrian Belew. Oh my God, I can't believe I
Nice.
couldn't remember that name. He did. So he's got this really. If you know Adrian Belew's playing, he plays a very fluid kind of sound in his guitar. They're like really loose whammy bar stuff. So he did this song called "Oh Daddy" or "Oh Daddy Daddy" with his daughter. If you remember it, it's like, "Oh Daddy Daddy, when you gonna buy me Disney World?" Anybody remember that? Anyway, his guitar lines are always wanky, like wow, 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 wow. So he does this Jeff Beck thing where there's much more control in the whammy bar and in his hands than actual notes. It's all up here. So they just play by ear. Like, oh, is that King Crimson? Oh, that's King Crimson. Yes.
That's
So
Afraid of Americans.
King Crimson,
Oh, nice.
Adrian Belew is in King Crimson with Robert Fripp, who is also from Bowie's band. Oh, I gotta do some diving, man. This is gonna be fun.
We need to put out the feelers and see who else is into this, and then
Yes, Bowie fans, come on, some of you. I know Lisa Solis or Gaia or Krista or somebody's a Bowie fan. You guys need to
We're all Bowie fans.
get up. Get on, get up. Get on up.
Sex machine.
Get up.
oh yes,
Go back, gonna kiss myself. There it is. Yeah, see this, and this is my least favorite Bowie era too. Was the
1997.
yeah, I don't like it.
Bowie was doing a lot of interesting things. He was working on video games, the
That's right,
Omicron, the
yeah.
Nomad Soul. He was doing a lot of stuff with virtual reality and 3D art, and he was sort of interested in that. I don't know if he had a personal interest in it or if people had interest in him showing an interest in the stuff, and his collaboration with Trent Reznor sort of brings him back into a relevance again. Like, oh, David Bowie's so old, but Trent Reznor, 9 Inch Nails, that's the new thing. Again, you could go back and watch all these. I remember the Best of Bowie collection on DVD, so you could watch all the Bowie videos on DVD. Now I regret so many bands have so many music videos. I want to watch them. I just wish they'd release Blu-rays of their music videos. I want to buy Blu-rays of the music video collections and watch them all over the course of an evening and not have to click from YouTube video and skip an ad here and skip an ad there.
Hey, Alan, what is that in the background there? Is that a Sun Records logo?
No, it's a Drab Majesty. I gotta go this way.
What is that? Oh, I see. Okay. Now, what is Drab Majesty? What is that?
That's a new band. They have a very interesting sound, which is maybe like a 4AD band, maybe like bands you're familiar with. They have a look now. This is Deb Demure and Mona D. Mona D, the name Mona D, as the monad, and they use a lot of interesting imagery and things that we did discuss. So their appearance is they wear white makeup, kind of looking like mimes, and they have like these silver wigs. They were in a Smashing Pumpkins video. They played a cameo role in that video.
Mm.
So in terms of new bands that kind of remind us of old bands that kind of still sound like music, consider Drab Majesty.
That'd be nice. We need more of that.
This is their special Halloween variant, limited edition print on the t-shirts. I was like, oh, I think I would like to have those. I don't really care to buy merchandise from old bands. Like I don't need, say, a Metallica t-shirt from Walmart. I don't care if Metallica tours anymore. But I would like to see Drab Majesty continue to make albums, maybe another album, maybe tour, so I can see them live locally sometime.
Are any of you guys vinyl guys?
I have
not
a
either.
couple of vinyl. I like the idea of it. If I'm going to buy music to support an artist, I'll buy the vinyl. I'll get the digital download code, and then I'll listen to it digitally. And then I'll have the vinyl sealed and saved and kept for later.
I was thinking about that this week, because we were watching a thing on old craftsmanship and vinyl records, and the company that still makes the plates, that create vinyl records, and how it's kind of a lost art because the presses, the last time they were made were like the 60s, and they have to keep up this working on these machines to make sure they keep working because there's no new vinyl press machines. They're like 50, 60 years old, and they're still making it. And yet that's the only music. If electricity goes completely down, that's going to be our recorded record. So are we going to have like a skip? If digital, we're talking about missing histories, losing histories. If we get an EMF, like the solar flare thing that they were warning was going to take out the internet,
and they erase all the
records,
music from the last 10 years on SoundCloud.
Right.
What a tragedy that would be.
All
that music, that AI written music we'd
all
lose.
that great, bland pablum.
Yeah.
Oh, just think of all the DC talk we'd lose, Alan. That'd be terrible. Oh my God. What a horror show.
I have Brian Headwelch's first album.
Oh,
on
I'm sorry.
vinyl.
Mr. Peanut.
Head.
You got peanuts?
It's like you collect vinyl, maybe, I don't know, sometimes I was gathering some vinyl at some point about 4 years ago, and like maybe I'd get into vinyl. I'm like, well, there's just the one thing I like about vinyl is the packaging. I like to see the art printed. I like to see the gatefold. I like to see the lyrics printed.
Mm-hmm.
I like that large format, and I can put it, up against the wall and then look at the art. And it doesn't have to be a desktop wallpaper. It doesn't have to be a digital image. I can see the actual art with my computers turned off.
Okay, somebody in the chat named Mew 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 is talking about Robert Fripp and Loving King Crimson. Yes. King Crimson rules. And I would suggest we need to delve into the album that has, oh my God, it's, let me pull up the artwork.
That's the other thing. When you hold a vinyl album in your
Artwork?
hand,
Yes.
you have the artwork, you're looking at the titles of the, and it all just absorbs in your mind, and it forms stronger bonds in the memory. And then you're not thinking like, well, what was that digital song that randomly played on my MP3 player on my Spotify? I don't remember. I like the song, but I can never remember it. When you're sitting down to listen and you're looking at the art on the album, reinforces the memory.
Yeah, that's what
You focus on the music.
That's what Tool, I think, has really brought back to modern music, is the tangibility, because they always put so much effort into the art and how everything has a feel. The concept album died for so long that we're finally coming back to a place where we have long concepts. It's like this, that we're finally having long form conversations now that we weren't having for years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about you guys, but I don't sit around with my friends talking about stuff like we used to when we were kids. We didn't talk about, we lost the art of talking about whether we're the giant or our whole earth is in the thumbnail of a giant, exploring those ideas. We stopped that. Like, our creativity died, and we don't explore the world of thought anymore.
Yep.
Going back to simulation theory, if this is simulation, the real is what we're doing in here. Because, according to biocentrism, I was thinking about that this week too, is consciousness had to be before creation. There had to be some sort of consciousness. Like, the whole Goldilocks galaxy idea can't happen unless there's a creator. The odds are astronomically so much more than any of us winning the lottery.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even a close call. Like, it can't happen unless there's something there to make it happen. And I was thinking about this idea of creation. If we're all part of God's experience and all his consciousness is split, each time it splits into a new consciousness with this new person that's born into the world or whatever, that we have a consciousness that's keeps splitting and splitting and splitting and splitting into all these new consciousnesses that are us, but we are experiencing that as gods, because things aren't happening unless we observe them.
Right.
Like, the only thing that really happens that we know truly happens is if we've experienced it ourselves. That we can sense it, we can feel it, it's in us. So the experiences are in us. They're not out here. Which means that there's a God at the other end too. There was a God at the beginning. So there's the Alpha, and then there's the Omega. And in between that
are the spiders weaving together.
Exactly.
But it's a Mobius strip.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Both ends.
And it's containing the infinite. Yeah. That both points are the same. I don't know. That's where my mind went this week.
Yeah, there's no beginning, there's no ending. I don't know that there's solely one creator. I think it's a co-creation process of all these different minds.
Yeah.
And I think that there's a human tendency to want to blame one thing, one person, one event, and just focus all the energy and blame onto one thing.
The
When it's
scapegoat.
all the things. Let's blame Jim for starting the stream late tonight and every night.
Scapegoat. Bad idea.
Let's blame Jim for making the streams go longer and longer and longer each time we start later and later and later.
Oh, this is the album we need to talk about. It's called Power to Believe.
Oh, geez.
And
there's some
and
smell
it's
your
got-
farts masks.
Yeah. So it's got people in gas masks over a baby.
Mm.
On a
Wow.
jewel table with it's like a Masonic square and compass shaped white sheet on top of a red placemat.
I'm going to share this in the Telegram group.
Yeah. It is a fever dream of ideas when we join together, especially when people from chat and Telegram and Twitter and all the other sources just like poke us and prod us and say, hey, take a look at this, explore these ideas.
Yeah. And
So
we do.
What Gordy's saying
That's
is
crazy.
You know, we observe, there's the observer effect. If we don't look at these stories, these ideas, these histories, if we don't give them any sort of attention and time and the effort to sort of look into them, do they dissolve? Do they fade away? Do they cease to exist? Do they go memory hold? Are they completely gone?
Well, they exist as long as we exist, right? Because this isn't going to exist.
Well, if we don't vocalize the idea, if we don't say it,
Right.
if we don't speak it and discuss it and give it a moment to exist as a thought form in our mind, it's just a headline. It's just a headline of a news story. It's just a photo that we're looking at. And then it's forgotten because it's a digital artifact. It's ephemeral. It's gone.
Right.
Are we feeling like we're wrapping up, winding down, or winding up and starting a second wind here?
Oh, wow.
It's 11:04 where I'm at in
Sure.
Walla Walla, Washington.
I think it's 104 here in the Midwest.
So I've got a cool story. See if it goes anywhere. I was hoping to share this with SB and Jim at the same time, but I'm sure SB will catch it on the replay. So when my grandfather passed away,
It's his birthday, by the way. So say happy birthday to Sean Elger, SB.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Happy
Oh,
birthday,
yeah.
Sean.
So it's 1:05
happy
a.m.
flippin'
here,
birthday.
11:05 a.m. I don't know how long into the stream we are, but we'll make a note of that.
Mhm.
So
I
he
think
can
6:30 we started
about
my time. So 6,
yeah, 4.5 hours ago.
Mhm.
yeah, 4.5 hours.
We're trying to get better at
So
time
when my
stamping.
grandfather passed away, I think it was around 20 years ago. We think, yeah, about 20 years ago. My grandfather passed away. It was just maybe a day or 2 days after his passing. My aunt had a dream that she says was incredibly real. And she still almost feels like she was sleepwalking because she really felt like she was having the experience. And the dream was that she woke up in the middle of the night to a phone call. And she answered the phone. And the phone call was from our grandfather. And he said to her, "You have to come and get me. I was just born in a specific hospital." He named the hospital in Walla Walla, Washington. and I need you to come and get me immediately.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And that was, yes. And the really interesting thing is that it has a timestamp. Like, I don't know off the top of my head, but I can find the day or the week that Grandpa passed away, and I could go to Walla Walla, Washington, and track down everybody who's 20 years old and just feel them out, you know?
Come get me. Wow.
Come get me. And that would be another component would be, you know, it almost implies that he was an orphan, you know, that he was looking for a family.
Get me back in the family.
Yeah.
Did they go back
So
and
yeah,
get him and find the baby? I guess not yet.
not yet. But if I ever come out there, I'll do a little research and first find a couple candidates and maybe meet up with them in the meat space, look them in the eye, see if I see Grandpa in there.
At the hospital I was born at here in Walla Walla,
Wow.
St. Mary's Hospital, they have photographs of all the babies that were born
Interesting.
and their names. Yeah.
Huh.
I don't remember if it was my hospital or if it was the one that my daughter was born at, but
Yeah,
they have the records are all, you know, public records.
that's cool. And I should talk to her too about it again, because there were so many aspects that seemed very real. Like, I feel like he might have even said his name or like what time he was born, but he named a hospital. He named an actual hospital. And I feel like she kind of looked into it and it started to become too real, and she kind of freaked herself out and stopped, you know, never took it the distance because it started to substantiate. And it's just like one of those odd mysteries in my family that I'll always value.
Yeah. Wow, that's awesome. You're
Yeah.
gonna have to dig into that a little bit.
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
Yeah, she's powerful. She's a powerful, mystical woman. And she's so powerful. She does that. She'll start to, things will get very, very real, and she'll be like, okay, hold on. Okay, kind of back away. She was not highly spiritual for most of her life until one day she was in a mall, a shopping mall, and Starhawk, the priestess of the Wiccan order, was doing a public speaking in front of a crowd in the mall. And my aunt was just walking across the back behind all these people who were assembled. And Starhawk said, "Excuse me, ma'am, you need to be here. You need to come. You need to be here." And
Wow.
and she sat down and listened to her, you know, talk about the power of the goddess. And at the end of the whole presentation, Starhawk pulled my aunt aside and said, "You have a lot of work to do, and here's my contact, and we can make things happen for you." And then my aunt became was on a whole new path in a day. Changed her name and opened a bookstore, and she's
Very
had quite a
cool.
few adventures ever since.
No
Yeah.
joke, really. Changed her name even.
Yeah.
That's like going all in.
Yep.
What an awesome story.
Yeah.
You're lucky to be that close to a whole bookstore.
Yeah.
Slick was saying that his grandfather was an orphan. He was born in 1896.
Snake.
I don't know when my great grandmother was born, but she was an orphan as well. And
Oh,
Orphan train.
yeah.
Orphan train children.
yeah, well, she ended up kind of out in the. Nobody knows where she came from because there's no record of
I wonder if she was one
previous
of those World's Fair babies,
Yeah, the incubator babies.
incubator babies.
Hmm. Interesting. She's Mama Nash had it was really interesting because when she passed away, she was the first one that ever, like, that was my definitive experience of life after death, because she came to me after she passed away to comfort me, because it was like my first, person I was close to that died. And I remember hearing her voice clearly comforting me, relax, it's fine. In her voice, her oaky voice. And then I remember seeing a woman on a plane my wife and I were flying somewhere. I remember seeing this woman. I'm like, oh my God, like, this woman is not Mama Nash. Like, it was like one of those freaky things where you really recognize somebody, and so I saw this woman, but this woman was a Black woman. And I'm thinking, and like, it hit me like a ton of brick. I'm like, oh my God, Mama Nash was Black, and I never even noticed it. Like, nobody ever questioned it. Like, nobody ever thought. I'm like, oh, all this shit makes sense now. Like, oh, she was okay. Just all this weird stuff in my family, like, that nobody ever talked about, like stupid secrets. Fucking retarded.
Mm-hmm.
That we can't be authentic with ourselves to live authentically, and we carry shit on through generations, these myths that, because we had this myth that our family was, like, my grandfather was Cherokee, and he grew up, he was raised by a Cherokee woman, and lived on the res, grew up on the res in Oklahoma. And then we find out later on that he wasn't Cherokee. She just adopted him because his dad died in a ranching accident. A horse bucked and fell on him when my grandfather was 12. But this woman took care of him. She raised him not as an Indian, not as a Cherokee, but in that, culture, for sure. But he hated it. He was so angry at that culture, hated everything about it. And I never understood why, because he wasn't hers. She wasn't part of his story. But by the time it hit me, like, it was just weird that it was part of our story.
Yeah.
And it was a myth. It was apparently genetically, if those genetic tests are believable, there was a German woman that lived in that small town that was his actual mother. But all that got erased.
Yep.
So Mama Nash's history was completely erased.
Yeah.
And I wonder if the internet goes down, we're going to have this whole
history.
blank area. We're going to go back to the 70s, or what, 88, 89, when the first CDs came out. That all that music after that is going to be gone. All this history of, like, oh, could you imagine all of our history of our politicians just erased? It'd be great.
That actually would be great. Take back. Let's go all the way back to when corporate personhood was introduced.
Yeah, for sure.
To
Yeah.
before, yeah.
Yep. Let's wipe that one clean.
Yeah, that timeline needs to be reset for sure.
Yeah. This guy, UBTV, he did so his America is Egypt was some of his earlier stuff, and right now he's on some other subjects. But one thing that he brought up, I think a couple weeks back, was how the genetic testing thing is a just disaster. It's an absolute disaster. And there is a fellow who is a very accomplished, well-renowned scholar of Black history. I think he's like Harvard or Stanford based, published and well received. He's like a public speaker, and he is a big advocate for this genetic testing program, where people can, send in their whatever and then find out through the miracle of the seance of science who their dead ancestors are. And something that is throwing all that data way off base is the fact that Native Americans are not in the database. They're not giving up their history. They're not volunteering to give their saliva or their flesh to be considered in the data banks. And because of that, because they're not even considered, then a lot of Black celebrities and Black influencers and affluent Black people are giving their saliva or their blood or whatever, and the results are tying them all to Europe and to Africa because of some preconceived notions. But all of their roots here in America are not getting results. They're not anchored in the data. So they'll before the interview, they'll say, yeah, my grandma said we were Native American. We're part Cherokee. We're part this and that part, grandma said. And then the test results come back and they're like, oh, well, I guess I'm 1/3 European. And it's just because of the data sets. And it's just horrible science. So yeah, that's even more proof that, you can fudge anything with statistics. And yeah, we're wiping away precious history and losing all that attachment to the land. Yeah, he's got a whole show where he's basically making a show telling people, not only is he saying you're not Native American, which so many people are way more Native American than we can ever appreciate, but he's also almost telling them that you're more white than you thought. And these people like Morgan Freeman, like right there live on the camera, he says, oh, well, I guess I got to go apologize to a lot of people out west. And he's just like, the science says, so there you have it. Sorry about whatever you thought you were or who you thought you were attached to or related to, but it's just horrible, horrible science.
It's not science. That's the thing.
Right. Yeah.
It's just not.
Yeah.
They've bastardized the term, and it's not what it is. We need to go back to alchemy.
Yeah, man. Yep.
Fix the internal alchemy. Find our way. Look within first.
Mm-hmm.
What's in the fridge? Are there any leftovers? I'm real hungry.
I might have some pumpkin waffles left over from this morning. I tried a new recipe. It didn't work out as great as I thought. Tasted really great, but I got to work out the consistencies. A little too squishy for my liking. But We'll figure it out. I think it needs more almond flour, maybe.
Almond flour.
Every
Yeah.
waffle is unique, and they'll taste better when you put them in the toaster 3 days later when
know
you're
what?
starving.
A trick that I learned is if you're putting fruit in pancakes, and I'm sure it holds true for waffles, use dried or dehydrated fruit because it ends up gaining that moisture back, and it makes a connection with the whole thing a lot better than if you use real fruit. It kind of separates and falls apart.
Fig Newton waffles
That would be so good.
using date palms.
Dude, I love fig Newtons.
Yeah, they're
Like,
so good.
I don't know why people hate them. My wife hates them with a passion. Those are Pringles. She gets violent.
She eats Pringles?
No way, man. She hates them.
That's Pringles are
Isn't
awesome.
that weird?
They come in a can.
They make some bad Pringles flavors though.
They do make bad.
Yeah.
Real bad flavors.
Didn't they try to do dill pickle for a while?
That's a good flavor.
You can make Pringles into a circle
And duck lips.
and duck lips.
You know, my kiddo, she taught me peanut butter and jelly French toast.
Dude, my daughter went on a crazy kick with the waffle iron one time and did what was it? Something basil, and it was basil and blueberry.
Oh yeah.
It was something awesome. It was a really cool mix. I'll have to ask her about it. I'll have to
Put
make that
in your-
again. But it
in your
was
food
it was
telegram.
yeah, it was so let's talk about that for a sec. Just if anybody doesn't know, I started a recipe group that I don't know how many people are even in there yet, but
The link.
it's called, see, I have to look this up. Culina Alchemime. So it's culinary alchemy. But I talk about singing to your food and share a bunch of recipes with you. This is what the pumpkin waffles look like.
Sure how to get the link.
I'll put one in there.
Okay, cool.
Chat.
Yeah, that's a smart thing to do. Everybody needs food, and to make food that's delicious is such a joy.
It is, and it's not a chore. Like if you cook with joy, it comes out with joy. It tastes better. That's why every grandma sings in the kitchen, and it always tastes better, is because it's put love and intention into it. And that's kind of my thing, is like really mindful cooking, mindful eating, understanding why you're doing it as a self-love thing this is a healing exercise. You cooking is a healing exercise that you're doing, because you're putting this love and intention into the food as it itself is healing you. Anyway, so I go into it a lot. I'll put a link in there somewhere. Invite group link. Here we go.
Nice.
Now put it in. But as I come up with new recipes, I'll put them in there. I think there's about 3 or 4 in there now, but this is essentially kind of going down this road is how I lost 90 pounds and, cured my seizures and headaches and all sorts of amazing things. Not that it was a process. It was a process of a lot of things, I should say. But this is this is a big part of it. Learning this stuff was a big part of it. Eating high fat, no soy, no wheat, no sugar, figuring out how to make that good is a process, and it's an art. It's just like what we were talking about with qigong, and you letting it feel it move you. You let it show you what your body needs. Like if you need more iron or magnesium, you're going to crave spinach or green leafy stuff, or you're going to crave butters, or because your brain needs the fats, or you're going to crave something else. But I guarantee it won't be sugar or soy or your poisoned wheat.
Wheat's good. Too bad it's been genetically manipulated.
It's been
to kill
ruined.
us.
Yeah.
Sad. It's very sad.
Where's my spiders like here?
I always make too much food so I can have leftovers. I love it. It's very sad. I try cooking less, but then I'm usually disappointed when I eat it all in one sitting. It's like, oh no. I make 2. Throw one in the freezer. I made some macaroni and cheese from scratch the other day.
Oh, nice.
Pretty tasty. I mean, I didn't make the noodles, but all the mixed up the stuff. Pretty tasty. And I made extra and put it in the freezer, and then I baked it the second time. Baked mac and cheese is delicious. I like 5 kinds of cheese.
You made your own pasta?
No, I didn't make my own pasta. I have before, but that's more work.
Yeah. It's so good though. It's so much better.
Absolutely.
I'll do that. I'm glad you reminded me of that. I've made my own before, and it's actually pretty good.
This is the treats part of the show tonight. We're talking about sweet foods, delicious eats.
Sweaty balls.
Sweaty balls.
Sweaty balls.
Can't wait to get them in my mouth.
Yeah, that whole sketch goes on for 5 minutes, so I just tried to find a few lines so we didn't have false reality check going on for 10 minutes just over a SNL sketch.
Drag those guys into our.
Yeah, it's fun. Gabe said he was going back through some archives, listening to old episodes. I wonder what treasures he's dug up just by listening to stuff that's 6 months old.
Yeah, listen to
It's all
their
treasures.
yeah, they interviewed.
Leave comments with timestamps on the video, so we'll save those. Help others find the way to navigate through all this material by leaving timestamps to things that you find interesting, funny, relevant, or you disagree with. Create a controversy. That's great. We'll get more discussions going.
Yeah, but you can leave a thumbs down, but go and put why in the comments.
Right.
It's very helpful.
Yeah.
So they did an interview with a couple of fellows. Their show is called The Occult Rejects, and I've been following these guys for quite a while, and they're great. They are 2 ex secret society members from 2 different secret societies. One is OTO, and the other is I forget the other one, but they're from 2 totally different secret societies, and they are reformed. They've stepped away, they've left, and now they've found each other and kind of went through like a healing period, with their camaraderie. And one thing that came to light as they talked, as they connected to one another early in their works, is they realize it's all one big secret society. There's no dividing line. There's no division. At the tippity top, these guys, their handlers are talking to each other's handlers who are just 2 degrees away from everybody's handler.
Yeah. Yeah. You're talking about the two guys that we were talking about with FCR
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
FRC the other
Yeah.
week, right? Yeah. Those guys are interesting.
Yep.
What guys?
And
The Occult
What's that?
Rejects, they were both in different secret societies, the OTO and the Golden Dawn, right? Was the other
Golden
one?
Dawn. That's it. Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah. Bingo.
They're called the
And-
Occult Rejects.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
so they were both in secret societies, and they were, after comparing notes, they both figured out they were in kind of the same group.
Yeah.
Essentially, they were doing the same things, and there was no dividing line between the different groups, and they were finding similarities with all of them, and they all kind of take orders from one kind of the same order, whatever that is, but all of them are taking the same orders from the same group.
Yep. So I've learned a great many things from them. They both were very pretty deeply involved for well over a year, couple of years, and they were starting to get this feeling that as soon as they thought they understood the system and that there was cohesion to it, that their progress would be pulled out from under them by their handlers, and they were never able to actually gain any traction or affluence, and as a result, it was just this kind of like Scientology. You're just constantly buying in, and it's just a big industry. But Gordy, you'll dig this. One of the things that they brought up early in their works, because they both have like regular practices or had regular practices, they both confirm that doing like mudra work and generating sigils and creating like the vanishing pentagram on the ground, that eventually with practice they were able to actually see these geometric sigils with their inner vision. And I found that to be very compelling as a mark. What's that?
They live.
Yes, they live. Yep. And also Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange. Wow. Yeah.
And as a martial artist, I can confirm that not only do I see my intention with my inner sight, but when I'm in capoeira, when I'm playing with another player, I can see their intention with my inner sight. And it's their personal thing. Everybody's is a little different, but I still see it. And it's still, the mysticality of it is very compelling. And Gordy, when I was watching you do Qigong, I could see it. And it was really cool when that butterfly went flying through just as you opened the space up for it. And put your hand back here, and that butterfly went right through where you just opened the space.
Yeah, that's weird, because as soon as you said that about seeing the geometric shapes, I know exactly what you're saying. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And it's not that inner sight. It's not sight as we know it. It's more of knowing in a gnosis way that you're experiencing it, because it's here. It's in here that you're seeing it. It's not observing something. You're observing it, but you're observing it with your true self, not this, not with your fleshly self. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, buddy.
It is interesting, and the more we can, like Chance is always talking about flow, staying in that flow,
Yeah.
and I so am trying to be there 24/7 because that's where good stuff happens. That's where all these syncs are like. This is where we see the cracks in the illusions when we're
Right.
there, when we're
Yeah.
back here, flowing through there, the flow. We're allowing our true selves to manifest, to happen. We're
Yeah.
not getting in the way of the real shit.
Right. William Blake says we don't see with our eyes, we see through our eyes. And that's that whole opening the way for the presence to manifest.
Yeah, it's not easy though.
Mm-hmm.
It takes work, constant keeping yourself in check too. That's the hardest part. Is that, we talk about radical honesty or radical authenticity and stuff like that, and that's really true. But it almost seems more than that.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's just the first step to being able to understand that this isn't us, because we're so conditioned to look in the mirror and say that's us. That's not us. This is our avatar. This is our thing. This is the meat. That's another thing that meta thing gets me thinking is that they want to keep us contained to our meat, to our carnal body.
Yeah.
Instead of the incarn, they want us in the carn. They don't want us to understand the incarnate, our spiritual bodies, our spiritual selves. They don't want us to look there, because that's where the real shit is.
Yeah.
They want us to look at this simulation of a simulation. That's why they want to put VR goggles on everybody. It's like fucking Facebook isn't real. You guys, like I last year I watched good friends that I'd grown up with calling each other racist on Facebook because of stupid political bullshit. It's like, you people have known each other for 30 years. And this is what you're doing to each other? This is what they have you doing to each other. Grow the fuck up. It's not real. And I needed that. I needed that reminder that that's just not real. That what we live in here isn't real. I mean, I am thankful for our community and the Telegram group, and that I can bounce ideas off of you guys and Chance and Lindsay and all these great minds, fantastic minds and strong souls that have actual awareness, not some regurgitation of bullshit they heard on Joe Rogan. Anyway, you guys are real people, and I appreciate all of you guys. Everybody in this community, everybody on that chat, man. If you've chosen to be here and talk about these things, there's a level that you've already jumped. And there's a honor, a nobility I feel in that, to be accepted in these kind of circles where we can talk about spiritual things and it not be, we can talk openly about all of it, because that's what we have to do. It's not any of it. We were talking about names for our little group, our small group. And one of the things that I came to mind with that interrobang as a symbol is no stone unturned.
Yep.
You know, the question mark and the exclamation point in one symbol. It's a yes, it's a question, you know. You know, finding the question, is the exclamation. You have to ask the whys.
Yes.
The long whys, not just the short, well, why does it do that? Because I said so. It's not, you know, because my history book said so, or because they taught me that in school. That ain't cutting it. That doesn't cut any of it anymore. What they taught you in school, you better re-examine that shit, man.
Mm-hmm.
About a year and a half ago, maybe even 2 years now, I posted this thing on Facebook about examining your own coprophagy. And coprophagy is the eating of shit. It's what I learned from, it's what they call when the dog goes out and eats poop in the backyard. It's coprophagy.
Whoa.
And it made me think about what we've chosen to believe in our lives, of the shit that we've eaten because somebody told us that this is what's true. This is what you have to base your life on, is getting money or this status. You have to get this status to be a real man, to be a real human. You have to have things. Bullshit, man. It's not the meaning of life. And this is what they told us. This is what the world tells us. No way. That is a very, very, very limited God. Why would you put your trust in that? Why would you put your trust in people that you know are lying to you every day?
Yeah, man. I've said it before. You got to say it again. School in reverse is loosh.
Oh, man.
Shula.
Oh,
Shula is loosh.
And it's so painful sometimes. So much energy created, so much psychic energy created in school. Remember high school? Love, bullies, stress, awkwardness. Definitely a loosh factory.
Yeah.
Yeah, when we're vulnerable, so vulnerable at that age as it is, they just lie to us about everything. You know, your family's lying accidentally, you know, probably not on purpose, about their own history. The school is lying to you probably accidentally because that's how they were told. You know, the doctors, once you get out in the world and you get sick, doctors are lying to you. It's probably not their fault. They were taught by something else.
Yeah.
And you find out that the sources are all pretty sketchy to begin with.
Yeah.
Like, why we believe in anything else but ourselves? Because this is the only thing we can control. This is the only thing I can control. So
Yeah.
I'm going to go by my experiences a lot more than anything anybody else is ever going to tell me. That's gnosis. That's real gnosis. You knew it because you experienced it.
Yep. Earned wisdom versus borrowed knowledge.
Exactly. And you're being, when you're leaning on that, you're being authentic to yourself and your family. You're not faking it. Anywho, I love seeing Jim as a goat.
Greatest of all time, baby.
The sexy black marmalade.
Have you had that costume for previous Halloweens?
No, this is the first time I got it this year.
Nice. It's
Got the
incredibly
hoofs.
perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Yeah, I was like thinking about what I wanted to be, and it had to be a goat this year. So I was going to be a wolf in sheep's clothing, perhaps, but I could probably
But then
make
there's
that with this one.
then that'd be like two more. You're wearing it's like an Inception costume
Yeah,
where you're a wolf in a sheep's clothing, and then you're then there's Jim Maiden underneath there somewhere.
I'm Gordy. Now I'm Gordy. I'm holding up my dried gourd.
Does it rattle?
No, it's a spaghetti squash.
baguette.
Yeah. I save all these seeds from like squash no one wants to eat. So I have all these spaghetti squash seeds, and I'm like, well, but no one eats spaghetti squash when I make it. So why
I
would
love
grow
spaghetti
them?
squash. I make spaghetti with
Oh, yeah.
spaghetti squash. It's so
Oh,
good.
yes.
I love
Mhm.
spaghetti. If you make it right,
Mm-hmm.
not ragu or pregu. You gotta make the sauce and simmer it.
I love
I'm still
squash.
eating squash. I make squash, and it's a slow thing to eat. When you make a whole bunch of squash, it's delicious.
Rich squash.
Trying to eat that fresh harvested squash.
Do you guys do? What's your favorite squash? Like if you're gonna stuff one, is it going to be a spaghetti squash, acorn squash,
Sack squash?
Oh, butter.
sack squash?
Buttercup.
That's
is
definitely my
great.
favorite.
Oh, there was a moment in my life when I was working with a lot of squash. We harvested so much squash, and they're trying to sell the squash for the highest dollar, but they're storing the squash, and these little tips dry out. So like the stalk of the squash, when you crack it off, you got to take it off all the way because it'll pierce into the skin of other squash and other pumpkins and gourds and things. So for decoration reasons, they like to have a little handle on the top, like you're ringing a bell, that little wooden part of the vine. But you got to take that off entirely when you're storing them in crates because they'll pierce into it. So long story short, is we had to sort like every day we had to go through, smell, feel them, find the soft ones, and throw them out to try to keep the rest of them good.
Yeah.
And we did that for about far too long. Far too much time was spent on that. And by the time it was done, we had to throw them all out to get rid of all of them because they were all soft and stinky.
Mm-hmm.
So when they're fresh, they're ready to go. Bake them and eat them, and be grateful.
What's
But
the
I don't know.
shelf life of the squash.
Like I said, if they're not pierced, there's no holes in them, there's no mishandling, they're not dropped hard, so they don't get a soft bruise on them. They'll last longer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
But when you're handling thousands of squash, you're not individually taking off the stem, setting them down gently, placing them in wax paper or corrugated cardboard or something to keep them cushioned.
Yeah.
ooh.
Whoa.
So that's stuffed pumpkin.
How does that
Nice.
work?
So you take the pumpkin pie pumpkins that you can get this time of year, and you core them out like you're going to make a jack-o'-lantern. Just take the seeds out, right? But then you stuff it with meat and veg and like hemp hearts and broth and tons of butter.
That's a lot of ingredients.
Mm.
Oh, it's so worth it.
Oh, it's worth it. I'm
Bake it
saying.
down.
Sometimes you just chop a squash in half, pull out some seeds, throw it in the oven, and that's your meal.
Yeah, that's good too.
Mm-hmm.
You got to start with the basics to understand the flavor of the squash. And then you can add on to it.
True. You don't want to overdo the flavor of the squash.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you don't
Right,
know how
big
all the flavors will blend together if you put all the spices in and then throw it in the oven, forget about it, walk away, come back, scoop it out. You're like, "Ugh."
Not if
Some of
you're in
these,
flow.
some of these spices burn.
tells
Some of
you.
them went bitter.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them were not meant to be heated to that degree of warmth.
You know, I've got a recipe I've never tried, but it's been on my to-do list with squash. I want to do a spring roll, like Thai spring rolls, but instead of rice noodles, I want to use spaghetti squash noodles. Mm.
As acorn squash.
And I bet that could be pretty. Yeah.
I do like the acorn
Yes. So
squash.
spaghetti squash spring rolls.
Nice. That sounds great. I should try that.
Mm-hmm.
What can I make?
Yep. Some shredded carrots, some julienne, cucumber, and cilantro.
Did I show
all
you guys
wrapped up in a rice roll.
this?
Yeah,
The bees?
those are bees, right?
Yeah.
Bees on a wall, bees on cement brick blocks.
So you see this dark stuff down here?
Mm-hmm.
So that is honey. That's seeping out of the cinder blocks
Okay.
down there.
Whoa.
Let's see if I can get a.
Was that an intentional way to create homes and places for honeybees?
No, this is actually a explosives shelter where they used to hold the explosives
Okay.
for the mining company that was at the building where I work before.
An abandoned structure on the property taken over by honeybees.
You should squat in there, Gordon.
Wow.
Yeah.
Meditation booth.
That would be a cool. Like it just buzz around. It'd just be vibrating.
Totally get in the zone.
Probably right. Talk about binaural beats, man. Wow, wow, wow. It just sounds like a didgeridoo in there. Oh, here. I actually have one here.
They would get to know you, the bees. They would welcome Gordon, I imagine. What you didgeridooing?
Nice.
What you didgeridooing?
Trying to finish my dinner. I'm such a
Let's try
slow
this.
eater. I like to chew all my food.
Hell
sounds
yeah,
awesome.
Gordy, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's what I figured the sound of sitting inside bees.
That
You
is
should
so
take that
cool.
thing down there.
Oh yeah. See how they
Right.
see if I can charm the bees.
Play it for the
Mhm.
bees.
Oh, that'd be interesting. I haven't done that for the owls either. I do sing to the owls. But they just look at me
Sing?
and go back to sleep.
Mhm.
You should bring your didgeridoo down there.
I should. Maybe I'll try that tomorrow.
That'd be
Nice.
awesome.
Might be interesting.
Stand
Anyway.
on one foot. Didgeridoo on one foot.
Juggle with one hand. Have you seen these guys that play like slide guitar and will play didgeridoo at the same time?
Oh, that sounds amazing.
Alan's seen some of it, I think. Anyway,
I love
very
slide
cool
guitar.
stuff.
Lap
Very cool
steel.
stuff. Lap steel. Oh man. Dude, Junior Brown.
Junior Brown.
Do you guys
Lap
know
steel.
who Junior Brown is?
Uh-uh.
So this guy is a picker player, but he's hooked up a lap steel onto a Telecaster body. So it's a 2-neck guitar, but it's a lap steel on one neck and a Telecaster on the top, right? So he does all his picking stuff on top, and then we'll switch to a steel guitar, like within seconds.
What was his name again?
Junior Brown. I'm just doing my job on the highway patrol. He's got a really deep baritone voice. It's what country should be, but instead we have this garbage. We have Keith Urban.
Send it to myself. Listen to that later.
So should we wrap it up, fellas?
Yeah, we could wrap it. Here's a picture of him.
Yeah, there's a feller.
Whoa.
Cool
Does a
guitar.
Great
That is
version
cool.
of Freeborn Man. I'm a Freeborn man.
Highway Patrol. Yeah, it's 11:58 here. Be a nice little midnight
Yeah. Midnight wrap up.
wrap up. Oh, should I get the music queued up?
So
Let's see.
here we go. We'll finish it up with this.
Oh, good call, good call, good call, good call.
This is what I pulled, gentlemen. Check this out. Superhumans. You have a superpower, and it is called attention. Whatever you put your attention, that is where you transform the world. How often you are with your attention? What types of things you do? Do you give attention that don't deserve that kind of power from you? Like Facebook. What could you create with just a simple shifting of your mind, a simple restructuring of your attention? Start to ask yourself throughout each day, what have I given attention to? What have I empowered? And do I want to keep empowering that specific aspect of reality? Begin to attend to only what serves you and leave the rest behind you. You deserve better. That's a good reminder for me. Stop giving my attention.
We see through our eyes.
That's right.
That's right.
And we live in your mind.
We live in your mind.